I am about to go live. All right then, good morning everyone. Today is December 22nd, 2020. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being held in Albany and also remotely. We have in the Albany office Chairman Bradley, joining us by video, Commissioner Fan and Commissioner Ford. We have staff in attendance, General Counsel Meyerhoff by video, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Roberts in the Albany office, and myself, Secretary Donahue in the Albany office. The next meetings of the authority are January 6th, January 20th, February 3rd, and February 17th. Those are all Wednesdays. We lost Deputy Commissioner Roberts again, but he'll be back with us shortly. Chairman, do you have any announcements to make before we get started?
No, I don't.
All right, we're going to take items for the most part in the order they are listed in the calendar. However, we are going to take the proposed delegations and advisories that are scattered through the calendar. We're going to take them first. I'm just going to wait for a second for Deputy Commissioner Roberts to join us, and some of them are licensing matters. And he's back. Okay. So the first item on the calendar is 1833. This is a proposed change or changes to the licensing board delegation. And is there anything you want to add, Deputy Commissioner Roberts?
No, members, before you, just a summary is to amend the delegation of power for the licensing board. There are a couple of things in there we'd like to change. An item that need to be sent to the member. We added some language to clarify what types of applications need to go that were disapproved, as well as putting a limitation on the stop for premises, limiting that, which was previously indefinitely. Now we put a term on there, max of 5 years for locations only. Principals with a stop on it would still come before you.
Does anybody, Commissioner, Fan, I think you were talking, but I didn't hear you.
So, Commissioner Roberts, for the addition of item number 3 here, where you said the licensee total square footage is not increasing more than 50%, I think that I understand why 50% is in there from your point of view, but I think that it may be interpreted in a different way, sort of as a free-for-all, like that people think that they can go up to 50% and sort of, you know, in theory, get away with it. So I would be more comfortable if that number got adjusted down to 25 to 30.
Okay.
So that, you know what I'm saying?
I do, I understand. So we can make that, we can amend that to 25 to 30, which 25%?
Okay. Yeah, I think 25% would be great.
Okay.
Adam, put your microphone closer to you. You're a little faint, please.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, just because, you know, given the next item, you know, we know that how people are going to be reading these things, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so I think 25% would be good. Other than that, I am voting in support of this change in delegation of power to the licensing board.
Commissioner Ford, where are you at?
Well, that's rather uncanny because my notes here for the same exact item say I think it should be 25%. Verbatim. So there you go.
25%.
All right then. Chairman Bradley.
I'll vote to approve it with that change as well.
All right then. The next item is 1846. This is a proposed advisory regarding post-licensing package and wine store applications.
Now, why don't I explain this one? So the board has had in the last year and perhaps before a number of applications filed by licensees seeking to alter a liquor store premises, square footage, make some change to add warehouse space make some change to either the method of operation or the premises shortly after getting their license. And what we're seeing is essentially a two-step process where reps are applying on behalf of an applicant for a liquor store with a small footprint, and then a year later asking to raise the footprint. And because the alteration application is not an application for a new license, it arguably is under the good cause standard and not the public convenience and advantage standard. And what the board has done in these cases in the past, and the advisory now memorializes, is it sometimes has treated that effort at a two-step process to try to make an end run around a public convenience and advantage analysis of the actual store that the applicant is applying for, although in two stages. They've denied the application for grounds that it lacks good cause. There are, however, circumstances where it's not clear whether the change was intentionally manipulative or not, and yet the application for an alteration would essentially change the market or the analysis of that business in a way that a public convenience and advantage analysis should be done. So the advisory memorializes the board's power to either treat such applications, such subsequent applications, as ones that should be denied for lack of good cause, or, as it says in the draft, where the post-licensing request would serve to transform the package or wine store substantially, such that fairness requires it to be treated as an application for a new store, the authority will proceed accordingly, including by advising the nearby stores of the application, obtaining revenue information from those licensees, and considering the application under the public convenience and advantage standard. That's what the draft says, and it essentially memorializes the board's right to, in certain circumstances where fairness requires, treat a post-application, a post-licensing application from a liquor store as if it's a new application, and require notice and review of the financial, of the revenues, et cetera, et cetera. That's the purpose of the advisory.
Okay. Gary, I have one question. So thank you for drafting this. I completely agree with all the content and how it's very important to go back to the public convenience and advantage analysis. I just want to understand procedurally how this will actually happen. So what are we envisioning? Like, are we going to be denying and then basically saying that you need to file a new application, or how does that happen?
I think the way we can do it, and Commissioner Roberts can certainly speak to this, is the matter comes to the board on an application for an alteration or some other type of application. The board believes that it requires a public convenience and advantage standard. I believe we can just treat that application as pending and just have licensing notice the applicant that the application is being treated as a public convenience and advantage standard application that now needs notice and the like.
And so the idea is that these applications will wait in a queue, come to full board, and then we make that determination, and then it goes back to licensing, and then they go through that notification of the neighbors. And what about their own notice requirement when they're a new store? Like, does that then come into play?
Just to clarify, the way we do it is I believe we would send gross sales letters out like we do for new stores now currently. So what we would do is, as part of the review process of that application, we would request the gross sales letters, which would then trigger notification to other stores, so they have the chance to oppose if they wish to. And then we would prepare the item like we do other liquor store items, send it to the members with all the information to consider at once. And then that way you can make a decision or determine if you think there's good cause to grant the additional space through the alteration or whatever the case is in that application. So we would do that ahead of time, prepare it for you all together.
But I'm just trying to understand the timing. So if someone files, say in July, and now they're in front of us, it's, December, it's been 5 months. So I'm just trying to understand it. So the idea is that then we will make the determination and I send it back to licensing, and then you then proceed with that. Is that is it on a faster track?
No, they're not, Commissioner Fan. They're going to make the determination at licensing, and then they're going to send the letters out. It's not going to come to us and we send it back.
Wait, that's not what Gary just said.
No, that was not what the advisory contemplates. The advisory contemplates the board making a decision that it should not be treated as a routine alteration or other application.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So there will be a delay, but perhaps we can find how long does it usually take? Part of the wait time is because of the number of applications we have. This is not going to come up that often, I don't believe. So
I understand. I'm just trying to understand how we would actually work when we actually have to do it.
Can I just toss out a suggestion?
Yeah.
Sure.
Because you're talking about sending it to the board twice. And this is just off the top of my head, is perhaps the chairman could make an initial review of it to determine if it should be going to the board rather than sending it to the board twice, because that is going to slow things down a little bit.
It doesn't even have to be me. It can be any one commissioner.
It's okay. It can be you.
No, I want to caveat. I'm not sure how that plays with the overall scope of this advisory, though. I don't want to impact it.
No, here's the thing. Many of these cases are obvious on their face that they're an effort to do an end run. We had a case like this, I want to say 4 or 5 months ago, where the applicant had a lease that allowed them to rent the space next door. They applied for only one of the 2 spaces for their store, and then they were back. Then as soon as they were licensed, they put in an application to expand their store to the location next door, which they clearly could have done in the first instance, and the board rejected that as a lack of good faith. And I don't want to take that possible determination away from the board. I think the way to deal with the timing issue, if it's possible, is in the few cases where this happens, if we could just treat it as a special case and accelerate the process of requesting the sales data and notice, so that it's only an extra month or 2, if at all. And if that's something that would be a way to address Commissioner Fan's concern while still leaving the major decision in the board's hands. Is that possible?
Yeah, any scenario is possible that we determine to be appropriate and fair to our other applicants and licensees.
Obviously, the hope in this advisory is that representatives will understand that if they try to play a game with their application on the way in, the board might not allow them to have the store they're looking for, and they'll on a second application, and they'll put it all in the first application. So there's a prophylactic aspect to this. That once this is in place and everybody knows about it, we won't have a lot of these cases. But when we do, this is the way we would proceed.
I think however the procedure is, I do think it should just come to the board once.
I agree. It doesn't
that's
make sense. Yeah, I'm sorry. It doesn't make sense from the timing perspective from a licensee or from, the agency to have to review things multiple times. So to the degree that we can get all the information, compile it, get that initial package together for one review and one determination will be procedurally what we're aiming to do.
Yes, that's what I think we should do.
So then how is the board going to decide when it needs to be, when the public convenience and advantage standard needs to be employed?
Yeah, I think
I'm sorry.
the advisory is written such that the board has to make that determination before we go back to doing the work.
But don't we need to see the other numbers and so forth first to make that decision?
Well,
part of the process?
Yes, but that's what they're saying is that when it comes, it will, the first time we're saying this needs public convenience and advantage analysis, and then we send it back to Adam, and then he does the analysis, and then we review it again.
I think we
That's
lost,
what the advisory says.
I think we lost Adam.
Let's just put this aside. Let's talk about it at the end. Is that okay?
Can we just, we're losing Deputy Commissioner Roberts. We're having this ongoing problem with some of the locations.
Mhm.
Chairman, I'm going to suggest maybe we can reposition everybody in your room to get Deputy Commissioner Roberts in there.
Yeah, I have enough room in here.
All right, so let's just take a brief pause. All right, while we relocate the Deputy Commissioner. You'll need to make a slight adjustment of the camera in that room. That's good. Maybe just can you pan it back a little bit? Yeah, that's good. Yep. In addition to producing the show, I'm also the director. So, all right, Commissioner Fan, are you still with us?
Sorry.
Okay. All right, so after a few technical issues, we're back on the record with item 1846.
Can I just frame the issue for the members? So there is no question that a threshold decision needs to be made on for example, an alteration application that seeks to dramatically expand the size of a licensed premises of a liquor store, as to whether or not that should be rejected out of hand as being a lack of good faith or requires a public convenience and advantage test. To have them all go through a public convenience and advantage test from the get-go does not make sense. So the question is whether the full board that makes that threshold determination at a meeting like this, and we have a couple of these cases on the calendar today, actually, or whether that be done by one member in advance of it coming to the full board, and then that member is the one that's deciding which cases get funneled to a public convenience and advantage standard. And if that's a substantial time savings to do it that way, it's a trade-off to have that time savings in return for having all three members take a look at it in the first instance. So that's really the decision.
That makes sense to me. I think maybe she should just be the chairman, like he does reconsiderations.
That's fine with me as well.
I would note that with the change to the licensing board delegation that you just made, any alteration above 25% is coming to you anyway. So the only question would be, are you dealing with that as a public convenience and advantage application or not?
Good point.
So it'll be in the licensing department's judgment, in Adam's judgment, as to whether or not a public convenience and advantage analysis might be implicated. Then he'll make the decision to bring that to the chairman, who will decide whether to have the notice sent out or just have the case go straight to the board. And we'll revise the advisory to reflect that.
Okay.
Does that work for everyone?
Yes. I just have one final question. When you apply for a liquor store, does the applicant have a notice obligation to the public?
Yes.
And so,
I was going to say, I'm sorry, they have to post within 15 days of receiving their serial number or filing with us that notice be posted at the premises that a liquor store is going there.
And newspapers too.
okay.
And publications.
Okay, so that's what I thought. Okay, so I don't have an opinion of this, but we need to figure out whether this, if we decide to do the analysis, whether that notice requirement on behalf, on part of the license of the applicant gets triggered or not. Like, we just need to decide, because if that's something that's going to happen, like, we need to make sure that, you know, communicate that properly.
Yeah, the way it's drafted, it anticipates that anything associated with a public convenience and advantage type case would occur. So that would include that type of notice. So we'll make that, but we'll clarify that point.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, and with all of that, I vote to approve. Thank you.
All right, so you're approving with that revision to give the chairman the,
Absolutely.
okay, Commissioner Ford,
I approve with that slight little adjustment as well.
Chairman Bradley,
I approve as well with the adjustments.
all right, the next items are 1889, well, let's take them separately. 1889 is a proposed advisory extending the current advisory regarding the waiver of, the temporary waiver of the safekeeping requirements.
I'm going to vote to approve to extend the temporary waiver of safekeeping requirements from November 30 to December 31. Oh, no, actually, it's actually extending it to January 31, 2021. Sorry. Thank you. From December 31.
Right. Commissioner Ford on the safekeeping advisory.
I will approve as well on the same dates.
All right. Chairman Bradley.
I vote to approve as well.
All right. On the deferral of the fees for the renewal applications.
Yes,
Also
I
until,
did.
yeah. Commissioner Fan?
Sorry, I vote to approve the extension of submission of renewal application without the required fees, extending it out to January 31, 2021.
Commissioner Ford?
I agree as well to 131.
And Chairman Bradley?
I vote to approve as well.
And last but not least is 1891, which is the continued deferral of the collection of civil penalties and the deferral of the imposition of alternate penalties. Again, this is until January 31st, 2021.
I vote to approve the delay of collection of civil penalties and refraining from imposing alternate penalty from December 31, 2020 to January 31, 2021.
Commissioner Ford?
I approve as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I vote to approve as well.
All right, the next item, we'll go back to the regular calendar in the order they are listed. 1792, Banbro Inc. It's a conditional no contest offer, cancellation and bond, and civil penalty, excuse me. This license has been summarily suspended since October 21st.
Cancel and bond accept.
Commissioner Ford?
Cancel and bond accept.
Chairman Bradley?
It's actually asking for $1,000 civil penalty, not the bond.
Right, no, I corrected that.
And I know
Oh, sorry.
it's for bond though.
No, no,
Yep. Cancel and 1,000 civil penalty. Thank you, Chairman.
I'll accept that as well.
Chairman Bradley?
Accept.
Next item, 1793. It's 4272 Katona Pub Inc. This is a no contest plea. The matter was held over to obtain additional information from the licensee.
Yes, we have unless Tom knows something I don't, we got nothing further from the licensee on the status of its efforts to have the corporation reinstated. I confirmed with my prosecutor on the case that he was in touch with the licensee's representative in between the matter being held over, and so that notice was provided. This is a case in which we have a no contest plea, but it's in connection with a non-modified where we have a dissolved corporation, which can't hold a license.
And I'll just confirm that I emailed the licensee's attorney day of the board meeting, right afterwards, indicating that the board wanted that information, and we have not heard anything back either. Commissioner Fan, you're muted, please.
I'm at cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford?
I don't see we have any other choice but cancel and bond.
Chairman Bradley?
Yeah, I have to cancel and bond, or I don't have any other choice here, given that the corporation does not exist, so therefore they cannot hold a license, and there's other things they can't do. I imagine they don't have a certificate of authority if they don't exist either, which would allow them to collect taxes. So I don't see any other choice but to cancel and bond.
All right, then the next item, 1794, Beyond 32 Inc. This is a new on-premises liquor license application.
The 500-foot law case, it's a tavern, 7 employees, principal to manage, recorded music only, no dancing. The applicant is currently a waitress, so does have some experience in the industry. They need a restaurant waiver. This location was previously a restroom waiver. Sorry, the location was previously licensed with no adverse history. Max occupancy is 55 people. The ALJ found no public interest because this is it's actually a restaurant license. It's a license in a hotel. And the ALJ indicated that the applicant's representative did a poor job on the public interest statement, that it was lacking info regarding the agreement with the community board on stipulations. And misanswered a couple of questions, just general sloppiness on the public interest statement. The hours will end at 10 p.m. The STIPs.
And just to clarify, we now have a response from the applicant saying that they had answered the question on the questionnaire about stipulations incorrectly. There was no stipulation, but the community board did issue a letter of no comment, which they provided. And I have seen that.
Perhaps they thought no comment meant there's nothing to tell you.
They've stipulated to having no comment.
Yes. But they did supply we did finally get something from the community board of response, which is what I think we're waiting for. There's no protest here. Let me note that as well.
Chairman, you said in the beginning that this was a tavern.
Yeah, that's what they've applied, right?
It's a restaurant. The license is for a restaurant.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
My bad.
And it's been there, how long has it been there again, Adam?
The hotel, you mean?
No, the restaurant in the hotel.
Oh, probably years.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We wouldn't have readily available the information when it was. I mean, there's other licenses or another license at that place, that address going back to 2013, which looks like it was transferred from another hotel license, the restaurant, predating 1999. And that's as far as our historical data goes in this database. If you want me to go back further, I can look through another database.
No, that's fine. We have no history of it one way or the other at this point. So that's good.
All right, so with that, are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
I am going to approve with the following conditions. 10 p.m. close across the board, bathroom waiver granted, background music only, no dancing, no promoter, principal to manage, no security guard.
All right, Commissioner Ford?
I will approve under the same stipulations. 10 closed, bathroom waiver, background music only, no promoters, no guards.
Chairman Bradley?
Approve under those conditions.
Next item, 1795, Mates Global Ltd. This is a reconsideration of a full board disapproval.
This is a reconsideration of the disapproval. I voted to approve at the original review. It's a restaurant, max occupancy 74 people, table seating for 52, bar with 19 seats, recorded music only, 8 employees. This was previously licensed. The CB does object if we don't make the STIPs a condition of the license. The hours are Sunday through Wednesday, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., Thursday through Saturday. No promoters, no dancing. They apparently already did a sound acoustic report. The applicant indicates he now has a manager to manage because he has no experience. The owner says, I don't think we have any information on the manager, however. The other 2 applicants are no longer on this application, which was part of the problem when it was rejected.
Hey, Adam.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Chairman, for the summary. Can you take a look and see if we have the bank records reflecting the $80,000?
Sure.
Thank you.
While he's looking for that, just for the record, the concern expressed in the initial denial was the involvement of 2 partners who had criminal histories. The representation has been made in the application that those 2 individuals have been bought out by the current applicant and sole principal. the purchase agreement for this buyout is a contract to sell their shares for $20,000 each, with the payment required by October 15th, 2022, and no installments required. And all we have is evidence that $500 changed hands, which is a contract. And it does call for the transfer of these shares of this entity, although the terms of it appear to be a little irregular. The community board appears to have accepted it, though, because they've accepted the premise that this is the sole owner. So the issue has somewhat been addressed since the last time the matter was before the board, although in a way that at least I think raises some level of suspicion. How much of suspicion the board wants to ascribe to that is obviously up to them.
Yeah, but I would say that the community board, certainly, they don't really look at the financials of it, so.
Yeah.
I have the same concern, Gary, that I am not 100% convinced that these two are not involved.
Is there any indication that either one of these individuals put 20,000 into this corporation? Like, why would it have any value when it's not even open yet?
It's already open.
Oh, without alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on the.
I actually think that this was maybe I don't know, Adam will have to tell us, like, is this a transfer in the beginning? Because is this a new restaurant or it was a transfer from someone else?
I'm looking up the previous application.
It was previously licensed, but it's a new application.
Right. I mean, there are other entities there's other licenses at this location, but this is a new application for an on-premise liquor. The previous licensees were restaurant wine. So this is not a transfer, it's a new application.
But it's the same DBA or not the same DBA?
Different DBAs.
Different DBA, okay.
Different applicant entities. And to answer your original question,
yes,
we do not have bank statements for that 80,000 you indicated.
Which was the original investment? Adam?
Correct.
I don't know.
Disagree that this stock agreement raises significant questions.
Yes.
It looks bogus, to be honest with you.
Of course.
I don't even know why you would. There's no reason to lie. They could have done it for $500, but it's sloppy.
Yeah, and everything else about it, I mean, I really don't have a problem with, but that just small amount of money in a long time to pay it back just makes it seem like they're not really gone.
Exactly. Or there's someone else.
Yeah.
But this is a reconsideration already, so.
Commissioner Fan, do you want to? So we don't have the finance. We may have received the finances, but we don't have it scanned into the record right now. So
Okay, so should we just hold this over and see if you have it? Because I certainly don't want to make the wrong decision.
Right. Do you want to hold this over until next board meeting, the reconsideration request? We'll verify if we have that information.
Sounds good. What 6?
1-6 for the financial records.
And if the representative is there listening, whatever further information or evidence you could present to the board by the next meeting that resolves the concerns expressed here is certainly invited and will be considered.
Commissioner Ford, you're good with the 1-6?
Absolutely.
And Chairman Bradley?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right, the next item, 1796.
1-6.
Okay.
1796, Andy Grocery Inc. This is a no contest plea.
Chairman, this is a hookah only charge.
Yeah.
I'm at 2,500 with
That's
some
fine.
adverse history.
Yeah, that's fine.
Commissioner Ford,
Yeah, 2,500 as well.
Chairman Bradley,
I'll accept 2,500.
or post 2,500.
Yes.
1797, El Atico Restaurant Corp. This is a default at pleading.
Yes, counsel's office is asking that this matter be returned. There's actually another case that was served and responded to. We are in touch with the licensee for this matter, and both matters will be dealt with together. So we're asking that it be sent back to counsel's office.
Commissioner Fan, you good with that?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford,
Yes.
Chairman Bradley.
Yes.
All right, then the next item is 1798. It's District LLC. This is a request for reconsideration. Chairman, you're recused from this matter.
Yeah, let me describe if I can the matter. This is a location that had a summary suspension, and in connection with the CNC offer, had restrictions placed on its music privileges and a closing time, and now asked for reconsideration to have the music restriction lifted. Interestingly, the reconsideration describes the conduct and attempts to explain it away, and says nothing about the fact that part of the charges were that the location was having essentially a nightclub on the street by abusing their music playing privileges by having speakers set up on the street and blasting them. So that's the request. I believe this is the first time that we've had a request for a reconsideration of stipulation that was put in connection with an executive order, CNC. So with that, I'll turn it over to the members.
So what they're asking for is for the conditions that we put on to be lifted of closing and playing music. Even though what they had music on speakers playing out in the street, didn't they? Is this the one, Gary? Yeah, speakers in the street, functioning as a nightclub, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Commissioner Ford, this was directly from the report. A quote, music was unreasonably and extremely loud from speakers set up on the street by the premise. I could barely hear the manager and had to tell her to lower the music.
Yeah, let me also add for the record that
Thank you.
I believe subsequently to this, or maybe even before, there's an advisory announcing the way in which licensees who were had conditions imposed in connection with executive order violations can promptly have those restrictions lifted from their license with a quick application when the pandemic and the restrictions relating to it are over. So this licensee and all licensees who have similar type restrictions have an escape hatch on their license as long as they stay clean and don't violate the executive orders, to have the restriction lifted pro forma at the end. So the restriction, although it is on their license, in theory, as long as they are complying with the law, will only last as long as the pandemic.
Then I think it's a moot issue, isn't it?
Well, it's a request for reconsideration so that they are permitted to, so that they could play music right now.
No.
during their outside service in 28-degree weather, they could have music playing. But the restriction was agreed to by the licensee in connection with settling the charges that resulted in their suspension.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that just because of the way they played music before. It wasn't like it was background or something to add to environment. Seems like it was being blasted to attract attention. So I'm going to vote to deny reconsideration.
Commissioner Fan?
Yes, I'm on the same page. I'm going to vote to deny reconsideration.
For the next item, 1799, AJK Cafe Inc. This is a default. The license has been summarily suspended since August 15th. The license also expired on November 30th, and there's no renewal, at least I could find, on file.
To remind the members of this case, this is the one where, when confronted by investigators, the owner of this location declared that this was his last night of operations. And it seems that may have been the case, since he did not even respond to the charges that resulted in the suspension.
So then I think we're at cancel and bond.
Right.
Cancel and bond.
Chairman Bradley.
Cancel and bond.
The next item, 1800. This is Lightbox Events LLC. It's an application for a new on-premises liquor license.
A bar and tavern in Utica with 15 employees, principal to manage, 2 security guards, recorded, live DJ music, patron dancing permitted, will close 8 times a month for events. The principal has no experience. Max occupancy is 232. They have table seating for 144. They also have an outdoor patio for 100 that fits 107. The previous license here was canceled in 2011. This applicant sought a catering license here, and we denied him at the board because I do remember this. I believe at the time he thought he could be open to the public. He now has applied as a bar tavern, so he can be open to the public.
Chairman, he actually appeared before us, didn't he, if I remember right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did
So,
here in Albany.
Yeah, it was one of the later last ones we had, I think.
and
Last meeting before we shut it down.
okay. Yeah, he seemed to be kind of confused about what the requirements of the catering license were.
And members, just so you're aware, the reason why this is in front of you is because of the previous delegation to the licensing board. Because there was a stop on the premises, it had to come before the members for consideration. The stop was 11 years old. That is part of the reason why the delegation has recently changed to reduce it to 5. So matters that licensing determined there's no connection between our applicant now and the previous licensee after a significant amount of time. Licensing board would have acted on this otherwise.
The only thing that jumped out at me in the application is it appears that the applicant lives at the same address as the license. And I didn't, having looked at the pictures, it didn't appear to me that there is well, that's what he put as his address, I should say. I don't know that he lives there. But it didn't appear to me.
I think he mentioned that when he was here before, that he was living upstairs or something.
Well, it indicates he's been living there since April of 2018, and I just didn't see in the picture. Well, you're right, he did. I do remember him mentioning that, but
If it's not a licensed area, though, does he need to include pictures of it?
no, but the building doesn't look like there's anywhere to live, is I guess what I was saying. But I didn't. We only have whatever was submitted for pictures, so I guess there could be an apartment in the back. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it could be. He doesn't look like he has any relation to the previous cancelees
Right.
that we can determine. So I don't have a problem with this. Would it just go back to licensing at this point to finish up, or what? Adam?
Just
No,
vote on it.
Look, you'd be making a decision here, and just to confirm, I mean, the application, the personal questionnaire may have indicated, the applicant may have indicated incorrectly his address and the premises address, but on the file itself, we do have what appears to be a residential address for the applicant. So that's accurately reflected in our data.
And these numbers that he's talking about, obviously, events and stuff like that, that's all obviously limited right now to what? 25%? What zone are we in, United County?
If it's an event, it's 50
50%.
people or
Yeah.
less, or is it down to 25 at this point? Might be down to 25.
Yeah,
Or what can fit, space with social distancing, whichever's low.
whatever
Right.
whatever capacity is actually allowable right now, but it's definitely not what his capacity at this point. So,
All right, we ready to vote then?
No, hold on a second. So what are the hours they want? Because the only thing I see that refer to hours is the chef ending at midnight. I assume they don't want to close at midnight.
Well, it's a bar tavern, so they don't have to have the chef there all the time.
And they didn't really put the hours in the application. Otherwise, we can. The
Right.
county is 4 a.m.
United County is 2 a.m.
Oh, it's 2 a.m. My mistake.
It's 2 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, are you comfortable with 2 a.m., Commissioner Ford?
Sure, everybody else around there is at 2 a.m. That's the East End. They're all at 2 a.m.
All right. I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
I am going to vote to approve this application with the following conditions. 2 a.m. across the board, 8 private events, 8 times a month?
I would say 8 events a month.
8 private events a month? That's every weekend.
Yeah, that is, isn't it?
Well, his business plan when he came here the first time was he wanted to have this place as essentially a catering place, but he would also be open during the week. The catering license certainly did not solve that problem for him. So he's back with an OP, which would, in theory, permit him to do that, as long as the board was comfortable.
He's reversed things, which is proper if that's what he wants to do, to be honest about it.
And in his method of operation, he notes that he's got like a catering room besides the dining area.
Okay, so we're comfortable with 96 private events here? Yeah? I'm okay, okay. So 8 private events a month, recorded live and DJ music, patron dancing, 2 security guards. I'm gonna just be with the manager. No promoters.
All right, Commissioner Ford?
I'll go with all that as well. 2 a.m., 8 events a month, 2 guards. Let's say 2 guards. I won't say required. I will say as needed.
That's what he's proposing, up to 2 guards.
Okay. All right. Good. Dancing allowed and a manager. No promoters.
Chairman?
I will approve with those conditions.
All right, then. The next item is 1801. It's R&K Wines and Liquors, Inc. This is a package store removal.
This is a removal. The applicant is actually moving within the same plaza, approximately 20 feet. The reason he's moving, he's trying to double the size of his store. The current size is 1,132 square feet with 800 square foot retail. The new location would be 3,500 square foot with 1,890 square feet retail, which is actually more than doubling the size of the retail. The four closest are the same. And we actually just denied a store, I believe, last meeting that was within 1,000 feet of this location for lack of public convenience and advantage. Actually, is it within 1,000 feet? I don't know if it would have been one of the four closest, but it's in the general vicinity of this store, and we denied it for lack of public convenience and advantage.
Right. So, for the record, this is the kind of case that we were talking about in the advisory. It comes to the board as a. Oh no, this is a removal. I'm sorry. Just strike that. I'll repeat it later. This is a removal, so. We do have it as a public convenience and advantage analysis.
Although it's the same issue you're talking about, it's just we do have the public convenience and advantage.
Correct, and we have the data, and I don't believe this is on the same road as the other one, but we did find that there was no public convenience and advantage for the store that was that had applied. It's either the last meeting or 2 meetings ago.
Yes, it was JL Wine and Liquor.
No.
That's the one that they're saying is about 1,000 feet away from the proposed location. But it also seems like this protest letter from Central Wine and from where's this from? Looks like they think it's a new store that's going there. What's the date of this letter? October 16th.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, Commissioner Ford. It wasn't clear that they understood that this was a store that was moving, but it is doubling in size, retail space. That's apparently the purpose for the move.
They are actually more than doubling, a little over doubling. From 800 to 1890. So almost.
Yeah, and you just take the physical store, it's 3 times the size.
Yeah.
It's going from 1152 to 3500.
And looking at the other numbers, closest store, which is 1132. Looks like it's kind of just holding its own. The other next closest kind of holding its own. And I think that's the one that protested as well. Third closest actually going down. Fourth closest, no numbers, but they protested it in supplement, but they didn't provide any numbers. And the fifth closest, it looks like they might have gone up a little bit, but they're kind of level for the past few years too. So I guess what I'm getting around to saying is that I'm not sure that I really see the public convenience advantage and need for another store with double the size of the one that's there already. Maybe I could be convinced if he came back with a smaller footprint or something like that, but I just don't see this size as being necessary.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Ford. If there's another proposal, I would love to consider it, but for now, I'm going to vote to deny.
And Commissioner Ford, I'll take your comments as a denial.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny. I don't see any public convenience and advantage. 3 of the 4 closest stores are showing a decrease in sales. The 4th closest store that we didn't get any numbers from, which we referred to enforcement. The population is stagnant, and we have denied a store 1,000 feet away within the last 2 years. And I don't see how this adds any public convenience and advantage by doubling the size of this store.
All right, the next item, 1802, Grapefruit Wines LLC. This is a new package store wine application.
This is in the city of Hudson in Columbia County, 750 square feet total. Retail will be 340 square feet. There are no protests. There'll be 3 employees, a manager hired, and the principal will also manage part-time. The principal owns an on-premise license in Hudson. There are 4 stores within 2.2 miles. The closest store is 0.3 miles away.
3 of those 4 are doing 7-figure sales. And this store is what? It's only 750 square feet. Retail 340. Pretty small store.
Yeah, and for those who don't know Hudson this is Warren Street. It's the main street in Hudson. It's a long street that goes down from the train station all the way up to the top of the hill. And the applicant says that this would help serve the Amtrak train station and is essentially a different neighborhood. I don't know if I go that far, but different neighborhood is what is up the hill.
Well, it is in the sense that I know the 100 block is primarily like what used to be like 2- and 3-story houses. Some of them are commercial spaces now, but once you get into the 300 block, maybe some of the 200, it becomes more retail.
Yeah, it's retail and right, correct.
I only know, I used to have my law office on the 400 block. That's how I know. All right, Commissioner Fan?
With the proposal to carry 100% organic products, and as Gary suggested, that it will serve public convenience for the Hudson Valley area and commuters and visitors that are going up there during COVID time. And with no protests, I will vote to approve this liquor store. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
I will approve for all the exact same reasons as Commissioner Fan.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve.
The next item is 1803, 350.
Hang on a second. Also add to the record that we had letters of support from Linda Mussman, Columbia County Board of Supervisors, Rebecca Wolf, First Ward Alderperson, and Robert Rasmer, President of the Hudson Valley Development Corporation. Continue.
All right, the next item, 1803, is 354 Melrose Restaurant, Inc. This is a default at pleading. Just a note to update the agenda sheet. The license expired in May, but it's now operating through the end of the year under SAPA. And there was a summary suspension imposed on August 22nd.
This is a case, 37 people congregating in front. The DJ was facing the street. They were selling hookah. They were not selling food. No operative kitchen. It's odd to see defaults on summary suspension cases. I don't think there's any question that they knew that they were being charged since they were closed, and a notice was posted. 19,000 in prior fines. I believe the last fine was not paid because it was deferred. The board ordered it in January, and it's a default.
All right, so with that, Commissioner Fan?
I just want to be absolutely sure that we met our obligations to Senate, because we have the residential and the landlord's address, right? I mean, usually it
No, we have
goes to
noticed
the license premise and then the landlord.
we have noticed that the notice of pleading was delivered to the location. And that would have been the second thing they received, because the
And
day
does that mean that they signed for it?
I don't know whether they signed for it, but a notice was posted suspending their license, and
Right.
presumably they've been out of business because of these charges.
Right.
It would be hard to believe that they were unaware that they had that they had charges pending against them.
All right, fair enough. I'm at cancel and bond.
Just so you know that, assuming that they don't pay the other penalty, the 12,000, that would be a revocation.
Okay.
Right. Commissioner Ford?
I was at canceling bond.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm at cancel and bond as well, but can we make sure in the cancel and bond notice that they're aware that a lack of payment of the 12,000 will be a revocation? Obviously, that changes their future prospects.
Well, we haven't,
I know we haven't collected it yet, but that's my fear, is that it could be months and they will just ignore it.
okay. Next item, 1804, Vintage Liquor Store Corp. It's a new package store application.
This is a store with 2 employees, the principal to manage, not bulletproof. The principal has no experience. It's 812 square feet, 532 square feet retail. There is 1 protest from the closest store. There are 5 stores in 0.9 miles, and the closest store is 0.5 miles away. We have very little sales data because these stores apparently have been changing hands a lot. This location was a package store till May of this year when it was surrendered.
Oh, surrendered. Okay. I was going to ask, why did it close?
I believe it was surrendered. Adam, can you double check that?
License expired, it just says.
Yeah, the license had expired, and it hasn't been renewed yet.
Well, and they're looking to put another one in.
They're looking to put something in. So, I mean, obviously the protection here is that we wouldn't issue another certificate here if there was an active one, which there's not.
All right, we ready to vote?
There's a protest from the closest store, but looking at the dates, it looks like that store, the one that was there before that just closed in May, was already there when the closest store who's protesting moved into the neighborhood. So they were there first. So this really is replacing an existing license. And it's only 532 square feet. It's not bulletproof, is it?
It is not bulletproof.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Two of the 3 closest stores are bulletproof.
Yep. Okay.
And I believe this store is on the other side of the Major Deegan from the store that's protesting, and a couple of the other stores.
Thank you.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan, you ready to vote?
Yes, given the fact that it's replacing a closed store and her intention to carry organic products, I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I will vote to approve under the same reasons.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve.
Next item, 1805, Rufus by the Cub Room LLC. This is a request for a waiver of the restroom rule for a temporary retail permit.
So this is going to be a tavern with recorded DJ, jukebox, karaoke, and live music. The max occupancy is 300 people. it appears that at a minimum, they appear to have close to 200 expected. They do not have a bathroom. The bathroom is located within the building, which is an office building, and the bathroom would be located in the common areas of the building, which is adjacent to the premises. And as I said, it's a large establishment.
Yeah. So, Tom, can I pick your brain for a second about how these usually work? Because this is a restaurant with 300 bodies.
It's a tavern. It's more like a club than a restaurant.
Yeah, that's a little beyond.
We have in limited situations in the past granted these kind of waivers
Mhm.
for larger venues. I believe, I don't think it was the Met in New York, but one of the larger tourist venues that was putting a cafe tavern type thing in. It had no bathrooms, but were using the bathrooms of the greater facility.
Right.
They were in the building itself, but not in the licensed area.
Right. Right.
I can't recall myself where we've granted a waiver for something this large where it's just commercial, the restrooms are just general in the general public area, so to speak.
Right.
And that doesn't mean we haven't. I just can't recall off the top of my head. I know we've done it when there's been one restroom and they needed a second one to comply.
Yeah, I mean, look, this application is very thin, and so it doesn't even tell us how many stalls and how long the walking actually is and what the bathroom line would actually look like. I mean, in the event that people are, in a clubbing situation, I would probably need just a little bit more information to support this.
I know the members have considered that as far as how far it is from the premises to the restroom facilities.
Right.
What would the premises obligation be to supervise that area if it's outside the licensed premises?
Well, that's the bigger question, and there is a diagram in there showing you it's not a significant walk, but my biggest concern is supervision, not only of the restroom but also of people leaving the establishment to go to the restroom. Who's going to make sure there's no drinks going out there or whatever?
Yeah, totally.
This building, it's a huge building. Like part of it's 12 stories, part of it's like 5 or 6 stories, takes up a couple of city blocks. There's a lot of different types of businesses in it. Eastman Dental, a lot of other stuff like that, probably even apartments from what I can see. It's also on the inner loop in downtown Rochester. It's right about 2 blocks away from another place that we licensed a little while ago, Jack's Live on the Water. It's the kind of building, it looks to me, that you would not be surprised to see that they're common restrooms. I mean, it's a huge place. So, but not to put aside the concerns about who's watching your customers going out, who's monitoring things. It is a concern.
Yeah, I will say that having been at the agency for now 14 months, I would say at least 1 out of 4 skirmishes that develop inside a licensed premise that leads to violence occur on the bathroom line.
Yes, that is true.
That's where people are standing and waiting and not, I with no plan, I think the members should consider whether or not, if this is something that they would approve, whether there needs to be a plan for supervision and how that's dealt with. Because, I mean, would it be within the lease, for example, to allow a security guard to be out there watching that area? I don't even know.
Okay. So should we just hold on this and allow an opportunity for broader explanation, or?
I mean, mean, we can hold it if you want to, but I'm not. There's nothing they can tell me that's gonna make me vote for this.
Okay, I'm going to vote to deny then.
Commissioner Fan, this is just a temporary retail permit. They can come up with some explanation with their
I understand.
license application.
Okay.
This is just too big. I mean, if it was, to me, like you've talked about, if it was a restaurant with 50 people in it or something, but the level of stress this is going to put on that building's public bathroom is just enormous to me, and I don't, and not to mention the supervisory issues as well.
Yeah, I agree
Right.
with the chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Fan, you're denied. Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, I guess I have to agree. Those the chairman's concerns are legitimate. So I will vote to deny as well.
And just for the record, Chairman Bradley, I already have you down your vote. Okay.
Yeah, I'm denied.
Okay.
Now, what can they do in this case? They obviously, I don't know if they can build the bathroom here, but they can come back and, or what?
This is just
Yeah,
a
I mean,
temporary
but-
permit, so they have their license application is probably still pending, and they can try to fix this. They can listen to this and come up with a way to fix it.
Okay.
All right, then the next item, 1806, 8516 Food Corp. This is another default. Final pleading.
And council's office is asking the members to put this back to council's office because there are earlier violations and open cases that should be resolved before the board considers this default. And when we broach that with the other side, my guess is they will be awakened to the fact that this pleading is also out there, and they'll all be resolved together, either hopefully with a CNC or perhaps going to hearing.
Tom, do we need to keep these? Or are we going to get a new one at the later date?
You don't need to keep them. Okay, the matter is being returned, if you all vote for it, is being returned to council's office, so it's no longer before you.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
Yes, I'll return the item to council's office. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
That's fine. It goes back to council. Let me ask you something about that. No. So when it comes back again, is it still referencing the same case number, or is it all new all over again?
The case number will be the same. If there's other cases connected to it, either by way of a conditional no contest offer or hearing, the other cases will all be on the agenda sheet as well.
Okay.
All right, but you'll get the information all over again when whether it comes before you by itself or connected to other cases, you'll get the information again, so you don't need to hold on to anything or remember this really.
I keep everything, Tom, but thank you.
Okay. You didn't keep
Don't mess with his organizational system.
you
Tom.
didn't keep the foosball table.
We didn't keep the foosball table. I didn't know you wanted it.
All right. Chairman Bradley, are you okay with referring this to council?
Yes.
Okay. The next item, 1807, SJ Food Mart Inc. This is a new package store license application.
This is a liquor store in April Park. It's a store with 2 employees, principal to manage, and the principal also owns the convenience store next door. He also has 2 other grocery store beer licenses. Closest store is 1.9 miles away. There are 4 within 7.7 miles. No protests. It does not appear he has any adverse history on his AX stores. And that's about, and it's not bulletproof.
Right thing.
The closest store is in in West Sand Lake. Is that the one that's 1.9 miles away? Yeah. So this store would be for a public convenience and advantage for the residents of April Park, without a doubt. And we have no protest.
All right. Commissioner Fan, you ready to vote?
Yes. With the closest store almost 2 miles away, the next one over 6 miles away, and a clean record on his multiple AX licenses. and this location is next to a gas station convenience store, and this is not a bulletproof store. I find that there's public convenience and advantage to implement the store, so I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve the same circumstances, same reasons, whatever.
Chairman Bradley,
I'm going to vote to approve as well. I think there is public convenience and advantage to giving people in that area a choice, given that the first closest store is 1.9 miles away and the other 3 closest are of significant distance.
This store is like half the distance between the closest store and Averill Park. That's how I look at it.
the next
Todd,
item.
can I take a few minutes?
Sure thing.
Thanks.
Are we all ready to resume?
I think we're set.
All right then. The next item on the calendar, 1808, ASK or Ask Restaurant Inc. This is another default at pleading. Commissioner Fan, you ready to vote?
Yes, I'm at 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll do 1,500 as well.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
Next item, 1809, Minnis Grill Corporation. This is another pleading default. The license was surrendered in October.
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford,
Cancel and bond.
Chairman Bradley.
Cancel and bond.
Next item, 1810, Longford Inc. It's another pleading default.
Last time, but we're taking this, we would like this one back as well. This is another case where there was 2 open cases that were actually scheduled for hearing in March, the hearings were canceled, and then this charge went out and they defaulted on it. So we'd like to deal with them all together.
All right, Commissioner Fan, you're good with that?
Yes, I'm with. Yes.
Commissioner Ford,
Yes, back to council.
Chairman Bradley.
Yeah, send it back. Thank you.
All right, the next item is 1811. It's 7951 Albion LLC. This is also a default with the little twist that council's office is requesting withdrawal of charges 18 through 25.
I will, I am at 8,000.
With the charges we've withdrawn, correct?
Yes, please, thank you.
Commissioner Ford,
Give me just 1 second here. I will do 8,000 as well.
Chairman Bradley.
8,000.
The next item is 1812 Oakdale Restaurant Corp. This is a CNC for $2,000.
2,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
2,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1813 21 Street Deli Grocery Inc. This is a CNC of cancellation and bond claim.
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford,
Cancel and bond accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Cancel and bond.
Next item, 1814 Second Ave Smoke and Beer Inc. It's a $7,000 conditional offer.
Okay, this is actually the last one I'm going to ask to pull back. I have a concern that the CNC here was not signed by the principal, and that there may be an availing going on. So we'd like this back at the council's office, and we will bring it back to the board when we've got that figured out.
All right, Commissioner Fan,
Yes, all good for me.
Commissioner Ford,
Back to council.
Chairman Bradley.
Yes, back to council.
The next item, 1816 Luke's Lounge Inc. This is a conditional offer of cancellation and bond claim. The license was summarily suspended back on November 6th.
Yes, and this is a case that was going to come to you on a cancel and bond, and there was also a sale during the suspension. So that charge is now also part of the CNC.
And
Commissioner, yeah.
Cancel and bond. Accept.
Commissioner Ford,
Cancel and bond, accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next items 1817 and 1844. Osteria Positano LLC. This is a $4,500 conditional offer.
4,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
4,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item 1818. 620 East 6th Restaurant, 6th Street Restaurant LLC. This is a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item 1819, Gun Hill Liquor Warehouse Corp. This is a package store alteration.
This is an alteration. The package store currently is 3,550 square feet, which we reduced from 4,500 square feet when this came to the board initially. And the retail is 1,377 square feet, which we also reduced from 2,625 square feet when it came to the board. He now wants to reduce the storage and office space in the premise as licensed and make it all retail. That will increase the retail space by 65% from 1,377 square feet to 2,275 square feet. The closest store is 0.4 miles away. There are 4 within 0.9 miles. The sales of 3 of the 4 closest are flat to down, and the other one is completely flat in sales. There's no population increase. It is the principal manager is part-time with 8 employees and also has a hired manager.
Adam, let me ask you a procedural question. When you do these, aren't we supposed to also see the numbers for the applicant themselves? Or it is on here? Or
I think it's in the supplemental. Isn't the supplemental?
it's in the supplemental? I don't have a supplemental. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. Let me see. No.
Yeah, the sales numbers happen to appear in the supplemental submission. This is a case that could have been an issue for us in the advisory because it is an alteration application, which technically under the law only requires good cause standard. But given the increase in size, this is the type of case where the board could decide public convenience and advantage standard should apply. And we happen to have the sales data here. I don't know if there was notice, but we do have the sales data. I mean, noticed by the applicant.
Wow.
I mean, I think it's telling that we reduced the size at the time we granted the license.
Yeah, I agree. And they're doing $16.9 million.
That's because it's near BJ's.
Wow. Amazing.
It's right next door to BJ's.
May I just comment that I think I'm in the wrong business? Yeah, I think I'm going to vote to deny.
There's no protest. The other stores were notified?
Yeah, through the
Presumably, yeah.
sales letters, correct?
Yeah, I guess so. Uh, 1116. We denied them. 817, storage area was added. So they approved that. Now they just want to break up the total footprint to make retail 2,200 square feet, 2,275. I don't see any protests, so I would vote to approve.
All right, I'm going to vote to deny. It's obvious from the four closest stores that the addition of this store, which was in, looks like January 2017, clearly had an effect on the demand of alcohol in the area, given that all of the closest stores have shown either a completely stagnant growth in sales or have gone down. So I don't see the need to add more retail space to this area.
Tom, I think you're on mute.
Yes, I am mute, so you just missed whatever insightful thing I just said. All right, 1820 is the next item, but I also ask you to take out 1886. 1820 is Raw Wine and Spirits, Inc. This is a package tour application. 1886 is Atlantic Liquor. That was before your last meeting. It was held over to this meeting. The two places are near each other, and Atlantic Liquor was filed after Raw Wine. So we'll do 1820 first.
Okay, that's a bulletproof store, which the representative calls a boutique liquor store. I got a chuckle out of that. Store with 3 employees. Principal will also hire a manager, and the principal will manage. The principal has no experience. There's 2 protests. The premises has never been licensed. 486.6 square feet, 273.1 of that will be retail. The closest store is 0.6 miles away. There are 4 stores within 0.7 miles, all of which are also bulletproof.
May I suggest that before we move to the analysis, we first deal with, and thank you, Tom, for putting these together. The second case, 1886 Atlantic Liquor, makes an argument that they should actually be the one that's first considered because they found the location first, and there was a delay, and the landlord didn't sign the license, didn't sign the lease, and that's why they were delayed. And they also argue they should be considered first because they got their case to the board first. But my understanding is that the way we handle these is the first application gets heard first, and if that's the case, then we should do 1820.
It's been the practice that the first application gets heard first. The fact that the other matter got to the board first is based on a variety of factors, right? You know, the licensing exam prepares the memo, it gets reviewed. You know, it just may, you know, and there wasn't that big that much of a time frame difference between the two of them getting up to the board calendar.
No, there's no other way to measure this other than how we get it. I'm not going to get into how landlords are taking too long to have people sign the leases. That would create issues that we have no control over and absolutely no way to observe or prove. So this is the only way that we're doing this.
Right. I just wanted to clarify that. It may be that neither gets a license, in which case it doesn't matter. But okay, so having said that, I suppose unless the other members disagree, we should move forward with 1820.
All right, are we ready to proceed with the vote then? Commissioner Fan?
Before we do that, I have one issue that is starting to become prevalent in many of our applications, including this one. This guy has an indication, or whoever the applicant is, has an indication that they have invested $26,000 in getting this liquor store. Of that $26,000, $10,000 of it is cash. The rent amount is $1,600 per month, which basically means $3,200 is gone immediately of the $26,000 invested. I find it impossible that they're going to stock a liquor store and deal with all of the expenses that they have to deal with $26,000. Not to mention the fact that they have hired a representative to represent them on this, whose fee, I guarantee you, is included in that $26,000, and is eating another large portion of this. So I'm going to start calling people out when they're showing the level of investment that, in my mind, is impossible to open a store, a liquor store. And I don't care, this is a small liquor store, but I find it hard to believe that you could do it with that amount of money. But go ahead.
Yeah, just the bulletproof frame itself would be more than $10,000.
Probably true.
Yeah.
All right, so with that, Commissioner Fan?
On 1820, I do not see public convenience or advantage. I'm going to vote to deny. It's a bulletproof store. The closest one is 0.6 miles away.
Commissioner Ford?
There's 4 other bulletproof stores within, well, 3 others within 0.6 of a mile, 4 within 0.7 of a mile. The sales for the other stores, they're just in 6 figures. I don't really see them doing too much other than just holding their own. I don't really see the need for yet another bulletproof store at this location, so I vote to deny.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny. There are 4 stores in 0.7 miles. The closest store is 0.6 miles away. There's no indication that there's a population increase. All of the surrounding stores are bulletproof. This store will be bulletproof. There's no evidence he's going to supply anything different or provide any service that's not already available by the other store.
All right, then, let's move on to 8.
Also note at the end of this in the supplemental from John Springer, he says he also represents PAO Wine, which has an application to buy the 4th closest store, Negrito Wine and Liquors. If approved, it would likely kill the contract to sell the store that's been there since 1982. That's not the other store we're looking at, is it? Negrito?
No.
No,
Okay, all right.
no, which is the next store is 1886 Atlantic Liquor, Inc.
This is a store with 1 employee, principal to manage. The principal has no experience in liquor stores. There is 1 protest. It's 550 square feet. 250 square feet of that will be retail. It also is bulletproof. All the surrounding stores are bulletproof. There's 5 within 0.8 miles. The closest store's 0.3 miles away.
Substantial crossover in the closest stores with the one that we just denied.
With that, Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote?
Yes, with no increase in population and very limited growth in the sales numbers, and the fact that this is going to be a bulletproof store, I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to deny for the same reasons.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny. I don't see any public convenience and advantage given that this is a bulletproof store. The surrounding stores are bulletproof. The population is stagnant and the sales of the surrounding stores are also stagnant.
Next item is 1821 505 HP LLC. This is an application for a corporate change.
Oh, wait. Which one again
This
is
is an application. This is an application seeking approval to have 1 principal transfer his interest to 2 new principals while there is a pending EO violation.
Commissioner Ford, it's 1821.
Oh. Sorry, I forgot we jumped up to 1886. I was going, what the hell am I missing here? 1821. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, just for the record, the EO charge is pending, but we did receive a CNC for $1,500. It was a case that had a second page with a $1,500 offer. It apparently was not, should have been at the board already, but it is not a significant EO violation. And the application is to change a minority interest. The majority of 20% is being transferred.
So aside from the EO violation of the applicant, does licensing have any objections or issue with this?
No.
Commissioner Fan,
I'll vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I will vote to approve.
All right, the next item, 1822, Blue Line Brewery LLC. This is a new restaurant brewery application.
There is a lot going on here. It's a restaurant brewery with principal managing 10 to 15 employees, no security, no music, no dancing, no promoters. Will close 2 to 4 times a year for private events. The max occupancy is 50 people with table seating for 32 and 8 seats at the bar. This is a micro. Is this for the restaurant too, though?
This is a restaurant brewery.
This is the on-premises restaurant brewery license.
Okay. The applicant the LLC applicant has adverse history with 2 cancellations. The principal, the applicant is the wife of a former principal of the canceled licenses. Her husband has a criminal conviction that led to the cancellations, and they, I think, tried to transfer the license and were not able to do that in time, so it was canceled. But during that period of time, some evidence surfaced that there was undisclosed interests when the license was originally licensed back in 2014. And that came out as a result of this application being filed. So there is a lot going on here.
You might remember this was the disciplinary matter was before you for several meetings while Mr. Gillis there tried to get a certificate of relief.
Right.
Wasn't able to.
Yeah,
So it has an outdoor deck and a patio. It is in a tourist area of Saranac Lake.
Yeah, there is one new thing that they've now contended in their application. Mr. Gillis apparently was arrested in 2016, and I think his conviction was in 2017 or 18. He held this license even though he had the conviction for that entire period. Apparently added his wife to the LLC in 2016, not to completely replace him, but they never disclosed that to the State Liquor Authority. So there was an undisclosed owner of this license for several years, and Mr. Gillis contended, I think, over the summer of 2019, which is now 18 months ago, that it was imminent that he would get his certificate of relief, and kind of dragged this out for a while. It appears that he still doesn't have it. And their explanation for why they didn't disclose in 2016 that the LLC had a new owner was they didn't want to sneak one in on the as an owner after the fact, meaning after he was notified that he had been arrested for securities violations. And I don't quite understand how that makes any sense. They did sneak one on the SLA, because it wasn't as if they then removed her from the LLC. She was on the LLC, and they didn't disclose it until we charged this licensee, and then they were explaining the history. So he ultimately transferred the rest of his interest to his wife in, I guess, in January of 2020, and now he is not on the license. He's not part of the LLC. But they do say that he is going to be a kitchen and delivery person going forward at the location.
The question is, can we believe him when everything he's presented to us, as well as it appears the federal government, has been a lie?
All right, are we ready to vote then? Commissioner Fan?
I'm gonna use the what the hell of the day right now. Against my better judgment, I am going to vote to approve because I'm really not ready to take this family business away from the wife, who's the applicant here. I don't even know if we really need hour restrictions. Seems like they're going to close at 10. All right, so I would do 10 p.m. across the board. Background music only, no security.
They're not asking for, Commissioner
Yeah,
Fan, they're saying no.
actually no music. I'm sorry. So I would, I would do no security, no music, no dancing, no promoters. Private events 2 to 4 times per year. Principal to manage. 10 p.m. across the board.
All right, Commissioner Ford.
No, this was my, oh, what the hell, one for today as well. It's funny that you said that. I look at where they are, the size of the operation, which it really isn't that significant. The fact that 10 to 15 employees, people have jobs there. I kind of look at all of that. I'm going to throw a little bit of caution to the wind here, and I'm going to vote to approve as well.
With the 10 p.m. closing?
Yes, sir.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to approve as well with the same conditions. I do want to make it clear, I assume that they are watching, that if the applicant's husband is taking any part in the running of this business that he should not be taking, and it ends up that we find out about it, this license will be revoked, and they will lose everything. So
Immediately.
I would suggest that they do what they say they're going to do, because we will be checking.
All right, the next item, 1823, Samian Liquor Store, Inc. It's a new package store application.
This non-bulletproof store with 3 employees, principal to manage. The principal has no experience. It's 1,092 square feet, 600 of that will be retail. There are 3 protests. The closest store is 0.3 miles away. There are 7 within 0.7 miles. The population appears to be stagnant, and it's never been licensed before.
Commissioner Fan?
Yes, with a stagnant population and very, very limited growth in sales numbers, I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
Excuse me. Looking at the numbers from the other stores, I just don't see any growth. I mean, there's a couple that we didn't even get numbers from. Several are bulletproof. As a matter of fact, the further store, if you want to call it that, which is only 0.7 miles, was just licensed in 2019. So I'm not sure I see a need for another store at this point, even though it's not bulletproof. It's only 600 square feet retail, but I'm going to vote to deny.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny as well. The population that's been presented by the opposition appears the numbers are stagnant. The closest store is 0.3 miles away. There are 6 other stores all within walking distance. So I just don't see the need for another store and there's no indication that this applicant's going to add anything that the other stores are not providing already.
All right, the next items, 1824, 1826, and 1828. This is 2095 Montauk Holdings LLC. It's a conditional contest offer of $10,000 and a list of 8 conditions. The license was summarily suspended on November 18th. And Commissioner Fan, I have you as recused from this matter.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, for the record, this is a summary suspension case that arose based on 2 incidents, one on November 8th, 2020, where the licensee was observed with patrons standing and drinking without masks. An undercover investigator ordered alcohol and was served alcohol without being asked to buy food. And then the same thing, he observed others as well. There was a warning. And then a week later, the same conduct was observed on November 15th. $10,000.
They were just licensed this year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not a great way to start out, but I will accept the 10,000.
And the conditions?
Conditions of
They're set out on the, there's 8 conditions on the agenda sheet.
limiting guest entry to 1 door, prohibiting self-seating, require all patrons to purchase food in accordance with SLA guidelines, limit parties to 4 or less patrons as things stand now anyway under current guidelines, moving 50% of bar stools, orders taken at tables, prohibit the use of billboard tables, which are not allowed, and prohibit standing except for entry, exit, and restroom use. So,
yeah, with respect to that, Commissioner Ford, this is a list of items that we usually get in a mitigation letter that explains why the board should be comfortable that they are going to follow the law going forward. We don't ordinarily impose all of these as restrictions
right.
On the license. I'm not sure that we need to do that unless.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think so either. I mean, they're pretty much what you're just supposed to be doing. They don't need to be stiffs. They're already in effect. So
you're just going to 10,000 then, Commissioner Ford?
just the $10,000 and follow the guidelines. That's all.
All right, Chairman Bradley?
Agree to the 10,000. I mean, I think that given that this was a new license, they obviously didn't understand how seriously they should be taking their obligations. As council pointed out, it doesn't really help us that you've given yourself restrictions that will require you to follow the law that was already in place. So I don't feel the need to put those restrictions on because every one of them at this point is part of an executive order that's going to end up in you getting shut permanently next time. So, but I'll take the 10,000, no restrictions.
All right, the next item, 1825, H245ST Corp. It's a request for reconsideration.
This one, members, it was put on the board calendar before a CNC had come in as a default, and the CNC came in actually before the board ruled. So the board wasn't aware that the CNC had come in, that the plea had come in when it entered the default, and the licensee would prefer to pay the $1,500 fine instead of having the license canceled on default. That's the request for reconsideration.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
1,500.
All right, Commissioner Ford?
Excuse me, I'll grant reconsideration and accept 1,500.
Chairman Bradley?
I will do the same.
All right, the next item is 1827, Romer and Hughes Enterprises, LLC. This is a request for reconsideration. This license has been summarily suspended since August 2nd.
Yes, for the record, this is the case where the licensee, even though it accepted a counteroffer, then recognized that it could not pay the counteroffer. And because they're in that situation and because of the amount of the counteroffer they accepted, if it goes unpaid, the alternative penalty would be revocation and bond. They're asking for reconsideration and asking to plea to cancellation and bond, which changes the discipline and would have the net effect of giving them a cancellation instead of a revocation.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan?
Tom, in theory, how many times can people ask for reconsideration?
Once.
There's always been a rule of thumb that you get one shot at reconsideration.
Well, this letter says that this is my second request for reconsideration already, because they already reconsidered once to lower it, and we agreed to it.
Well, actually, this would be their third. The second one didn't come before you. They actually submitted a request for a payment schedule and a reduction, but then they changed it to this cancellation and bond claim before it got to you.
Okay, and this is in front of us because we decided that we'll make an exception.
On occasion, we have allowed more than one. As Tom said, it's generally not the policy. They usually come through me. And the reason I did that here was because I was not trying to, given the financial situation that most of these licensees are in and the fines that we are imposing, it was obvious that the fine we imposed here, while he did accept it, he didn't pay it because he's completely unable to pay it. So rather than tie up his life for 2 years and say that he could never get another license, I left it up to you guys to determine whether you wanted to do that or not.
Okay.
If he gets revoked, he can't have a license for 2 years.
I understand. All right, I'll agree to cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford.
I will do cancel and bond as well.
Chairman Bradley.
Cancel and bond.
Next item is 1829, Commissary Ventures LLC. This is an application for change in method of operation for a package store.
So the package store, it's a store with 2 employees in Brooklyn. They want to lift the condition that we imposed. I think they offered it, to be honest with you, that their inventory would be 85% wine and 15% spirits. They now want that restriction lifted. The store is 1,450 square feet, 542 square foot of that is retail. And I think that the reason we found public convenience and advantage was because they were planning on being 85% of wine store.
Yes, so this is, members, this is another case where you would have the option to treat it as a public convenience and advantage case, even though it comes in as a change in method of operation. It may not have been their intention to do this back when this was approved in 2016, but the board could either choose to deny it based on good cause, or could choose to, in the future, one of these would go to the chairman based on what we agreed to earlier, but since it's before you now, you could choose to have this be governed by a public convenience and advantage standard.
Commissioner Fan, are you ready to?
Or we could deny it or grant it based on the request, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
All right.
I find it not difficult, but I kind of feel like I'm flying a little bit blind here to not see what figures are from other stores to make a decision here. So we don't get that at this point. Is that correct?
Not by our standard process, but I do understand how that would impact a potential decision. If you want to hold it over, we can go ahead and request gross sales figures for the 4 closest stores.
Yeah, and if we have protest from 2, I don't see the protest letters. I just see that we have protests from them. Is there a supplemental here I'm missing?
No, they opposed the original application. They don't know about this application.
Okay.
Right, which is the reason for the clarification in the new advisory. But there was at that time, and I don't see any reason to think it's not still the case, a store 1 block away and a store 2 blocks away, 6 stores within a third of a mile. That was the situation when this store was put into Bushwick in 2016 with this stipulation.
And Chairman, did you say that they asked for this percentage?
I don't know one way or the other. I didn't go back and look at the video, but it would be something that I would have not proposed. Usually they come and offer that because they're going to offer some method of operation that they believe does not exist and
Right.
some other services. And it's obvious that they planned on being a wine store. And now that plan obviously may not be working out the way that they had hoped.
Right. I guess I'd just like to know a little bit more information without making a whole bunch of work for everybody. But maybe that can't be done that way.
Well, if we wanted to hold this, put this aside, somebody could go back and look at the old meeting and find out what happened. That would take a little while, but you might be able to get it done before the end of the meeting.
Okay. Or just hold it over to 1/6.
Adam, do you
Just
think?
put it. No, we're going to put this over to 1/6 if that's what we're doing.
I was just wondering because of the holidays, getting the numbers from the other stores.
They're open now. We can wait until 1/6.
Okay.
And to review the meeting.
I'll have somebody check the meeting and get back to all of you about if this was something they proposed or something that was opposed by the members.
No, I'll have somebody check the meeting. If we want sales numbers, we need to make that decision now, and then it's going beyond 1/6.
Right.
So let's decide if I don't need sales numbers. I don't know whether the other 2 do or not.
No, I don't either. I just
don't
want
need sales numbers.
just tell me what happened at the meeting. That'd be good.
So I would say that I rarely vote because of COVID, but I really do think that there's public convenience and advantage in allowing them to carry some spirit because of the delivery system that's happening now. And they're saying that they are not able to fill some of the orders because they don't have spirit. And I think there's something to be said about that because people are using these online platforms to order. And if they want to order both wine and spirit, this store will not qualify to take that order because they don't have the spirit. And so, having said that, I'm willing to shift the balance to 50-50.
Okay. Well, I want to see what happened at the other meeting. So put it over to 1/6, huh?
All right, 1/6. I'll have somebody review the meeting and let you know if it was something they proposed. Is everybody good with that?
Yep.
Okay. All right, the next item, 1830, Bounce Ping Pong Lounge, excuse me. This is a request to extend the deadline for the conditional approval.
I'm going to go to May 25, 2021, which at that point will make it 25 months.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll approve that as well.
Chairman Bradley,
I'll approve as well. That's the last extension.
next item.
I need 1 minute, and we can all stay on unless anybody wants to take a break longer than that. But my battery's about to run down, and I need to
Okay.
charge it. Should we just hold for 1 minute?
Yes.
I'm back. Thanks.
Commissioner Ford, are you with us?
Sorry about that.
All right, then. We're back on the record. The next item, 1831, 29 Bedford Street LLC. This is another request to extend the deadline for the conditional approval.
I will go to June 30, 2021. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford,
It's 2.5 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 2.5 years, isn't it? Yeah. Approved June 30th, 2021.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to actually vote to deny this. It is 2.5 years. I don't believe the lawyer, to be honest with you. He says this construction couldn't be done because of COVID. They were conditionally approved in November of 2018. Construction has been going on everywhere for months. It initially stopped because of COVID, but it certainly went on all summer. And I find it hard to believe that they need 2.5 years to open a establishment. I think that they don't want to open at this point because it would require them to be open.
Good point.
All right, then, the next item. I'm sorry, the next item is 1832 El Novo Mayambi Restaurant LLC. It's a $3,000 conditional no contest offer.
3,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
3,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1834 La Isla del Tesoro Bar Restaurant Inc. It's a $1,500 conditional no contest offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1835 Wurtsboro Wine and Liquor Inc. It's a new package store license application.
This is a package store with 4 employees. The principal will manage 8 hours a day. There are no protests. It's 1,800 square foot total. They don't indicate how big the retail is. The closest store is 0.1 miles away. There are 4 stores within 10 miles. Once again, the investment in this store has indicated on its application that it is $5,000. The rent is $2,000. We just approved the closest store in 2020 and got no protest. I find it odd that they would, being 0.1 miles away, not protest. Actually, it appears to be 335 feet away.
Yeah, it's literally, it's right across the street.
We also denied another application in Wurtsboro since we approved this store because we just approved the store in Wurtsboro. I can't recall when, but it was in the last couple months.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote?
Yes, I'm ready to vote. I'm going to vote to deny because there's no public convenience. The closest store is 0.1 miles away.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote deny for the same reasons.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to deny. Mine is for cause because I don't think that they're being upfront with us on the amount that's invested in this application. And therefore we can't do a meaningful review.
But the next item, 1836, the Bar on Butternut LLC. It's a application for a new on-premises liquor license.
This is a bar and tavern in a semi-residential neighborhood. It's going to have recorded music with a jukebox. The principal to manage with 5 employees. No security. There'll be a pool table. The max occupancy is 162. The applicant has no experience that I saw and will also keep his current employment. The last license here was summarily suspended in 2017 and canceled in 2018 for Focal Point, as well as many other charges, including disorderly premise and other. There were violent incidents here. Once again, the investment is $5,000, yet the rent is $2,000.
Note as well that the lease is with the principal of the suspended and canceled license, Cedric Stevens, who's now subleasing to this individual who is going to manage the place himself, even though he's continuing his current job and only investing $5,000.
The same method of operation as the place we canceled.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
Yes, I have too many questions. Vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
I have to admit, I have the same concerns. I thought the menu was a little bit light as well. This is just east of St. Joseph's Hospital. It's in a working class neighborhood, but it was a focal point for attention before, so I don't really see anything different here, and there's questions about who's really who here, so I vote to deny.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm voting to deny as well.
Next item, 1837, Priggy Corp. This is a request to change the method of operation.
Restaurant with
Tom, one moment. We're getting a call in here externally. Okay.
This is a restaurant with recorded music, 12 employees, no security, and a manager. Currently, they're open from 11:30 to 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 11:30 to 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday. They want 11:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. every day. The applicant has pending EO violation charges, and also has another license with pending EO violation charges. The community board has a list of stipulations they want imposed. It is a 500-foot case.
Community board did not want it considered until the STIPs were signed by the applicant, which apparently they have now.
Right, so the licensee initially asked for 2 a.m. every day, and then the community board said we'll go to midnight Sunday to Thursday, and 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday for 9 months, and then there would be some change potentially, or they could return and ask for later hours. All music over at 11 p.m. all nights. And he agreed to that and signed it. And the question is whether or not the board just wants to, well, if the board's going to grant anything, if the board just wants to endorse that, or just make it not conditional, because that's not something we usually do, that the hours are only in place for 9 months.
Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote?
Yes, I'm ready to vote. I don't get a sense that this place is going to become a nightclub. I walk by there almost every day. I respect Community Board 5's decision to use these benchmarks, but as council said, we don't really usually do that. So I would be comfortable endorsing this to go to 1 a.m. across the board, all music, and at 11 p.m.
All right, Commissioner Ford.
I will approve under the same steps.
All right, Chairman Bradley.
I'll approve under the same conditions.
All right, then, the next item. 1838, Analogy on Madison LLC.
This is a new package store on Madison Avenue in Manhattan in the 90s. The store with 5 employees. The applicant will be the manager. The applicant appears to have no experience. The store is going to be 1,214 square feet, 1,000 square foot retail. There is one protest. There's also one resident in support. One of the applicants indicates he's going to supervise but lives in Southampton, so I don't know how that's going to work. And we did put a store on Madison and 86th Street, which is not one of the 4 closest, but and it was replacing another store, but we did that recently. The closest store is 0.1 miles away, which is 2 blocks. There are 4 stores within 0.4 miles, and given the neighborhood, I think if you extrapolate, you're going to get the same number of stores if you go every 1/10 of a mile.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan?
Yes, this store is literally on top of another store, K&D. Even though that's a really big store, beyond that, I don't see numbers justifying yet an additional store in this area. And as we've discussed over the past couple meetings, Manhattan population is going down before it will be going up. And so with that, I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, I don't really see a need for another store 1/10 of a mile from one that already exists. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny as well. As Commissioner Fan pointed out, the population in Manhattan is certainly not going up, and it probably is going down, but I'll assume it's stagnant in that area. The closest stores are 0.1 miles away, and while it does do a significant amount of sales, it's not showing an enormous increase. The 2 of the closest are completely flat sales, and there is absolutely no market west of Madison because all you have is Park Avenue, and then you have Central Park in this area. So all of the customer base has to be to the east of that. So I don't see any public convenience and advantage to adding a store on Madison Avenue, particularly when we just replaced one on 86th Street.
All right, then, next item, 1839. 1291 First Avenue Wine and Liquors, Inc. It's a request for reconsideration.
Yes, members, this is a license that the members canceled after a hearing. It was one of the matters in which the principal had availed the license to Jovi Wang, and this one was not settled. The rest of them were. After the cancellation, we were immediately met with an Article 78 proceeding, and the temporary restraining order we agreed to since we wanted to just get the case up to the appellate division. And while the temporary restraining order was pending, we got a request for reconsideration. And we contacted, they're actually working through 2 lawyers. One filed the lawsuit, one filed the reconsideration. We contacted counsel and basically had the option of saying you need to elect your remedy, either go to court and not have your reconsideration or withdraw your lawsuit. And instead, we negotiated a deal where the licensee would agree to pay a fine as a conditional no contest. Well, no, actually, the licensee would agree to pay a fine to settle the matter, similar to the fines that were paid in the other Jovi Wang cases. So that's why this is being presented as a reconsideration on the discipline, which would also include dismissing the lawsuit. And we recommend that to the board.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan? So we don't have your sound, Commissioner Fan, sorry.
I'm sorry, I said it like 3 times. I will vote to reconsider and accept $100,000 in penalty. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
I will vote to reconsider and accept the $100,000 to settle things.
Chairman Bradley?
I will vote to reconsider and accept $100,000. Oh, and Adam, can you make sure that any transfer of this license comes before the board?
Make sure that happens.
Next item is 1840. It's 127 East Restaurant Corp. It's a $6,000 conditional no contest offer.
Second sale to minor, 6,000, accept.
Commissioner Ford?
6,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley?
Accept.
Next item, 1841, O&B Deli Grocery Corp. It's a $7,000 conditional no contest offer.
$7,000, accept.
Commissioner Ford?
7,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll accept.
Next item, 1842, Mad for Chicken Bayside Inc. It's a $1,500 conditional no contest offer.
1,500, accept.
Commissioner Ford?
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley?
Accept.
Next item, Alfonso Cabrera, 1843, Alfonso Cabrera. This is a matter that went to a hearing. Charges 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 13 being sustained by the ALJ. The license has been summarily suspended since May 29th.
For the record, this is the executive order suspension case involving 3 incidents. The charges that were not sustained appear to have not been sustained in part due to some technical errors in the pleading, but the charges that were sustained are the executive order charges and the failure to supervise charges. This is a case where the board countered at cancel and bond, and the licensee chose to go to hearing.
With that, Commissioner Fan, you ready to proceed?
Yes, I'm at revoke and bond.
And sustaining the charges that were sustained by the ALJ?
Yes, I will sustain charges 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 13, dismiss 4, 5, 6, 7, and 11.
Right. Commissioner Ford?
I will go with revoking bond as well, and all the other charges stipulated by Commissioner.
Okay. Chairman Bradley?
I'll do the same and sustain all of the charges that she indicated and dismiss the ones that she dismissed.
All right, the next items, 1845, 1882, and 1883. It's 675 Hudson Vault LLC. This is a $8,000 conditional no contest offer.
I'll accept 8,000 for EO violations on 3 different dates.
Commissioner Ford?
Which number are you on again?
I am on 1845, 1882, and 1883. It's 675 Hudson Vault LLC.
$1883. Give me just a second. I gotta find it. 1845.
Yeah, okay.
You know, I seem to be missing that one. So can we hold off so I can get back to that at the end? I'll pull it real
Yep.
quick.
Well, we'll set it aside for now. We'll get back to it later. The next item, 1847, Hook and Reel Hicksville, Inc. It's a $1,500 conditional no contest offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next on 1848, Bivco LLC, $1,500 conditional no contest offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
1849, 23 Meadow LLC. This is a CNC of $20,000 and restrictions regarding music and closing time. License has been summarily suspended since November 6th.
Yeah, this is an executive order violation. The licensee held a Halloween party on October 31st on Halloween. A couple days after it was its license began, hundreds of people were inside. They were dancing and drinking, standing. No food was being served, and open till 1 a.m., which was past the curfew at that time. They offered $20,000 and to play background music only. They do not, in their submission, explain how they could have thought it lawful to have a party with 387 people in the midst of this pandemic at that time. Although they do promise to do better.
Commissioner Fan, you ready to vote?
It's unfortunate this licensee really didn't have any time to build a track record with us for us to, gather faith that they will be able to follow the law from here onwards. It was 3 days into it, there had 400 people inside. I'm at cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford,
I'm at 25,000. I mean, they were open just for like a week.
3 days.
3 days.
3 days. No. No, I guess no. I'm at cancel and bond.
Chairman Bradley.
Yeah, I'm at cancel and bond. They have shown that they have little to no judgment, certainly not judgment enough that I could trust them during a pandemic to reopen. So I'm at cancel and bond.
Next item, 1850. Lit Sports Lounge and Bar and Grill LLC. It's a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1851, El Novo Patio Restaurant Corp. This is $5,000 conditional offer.
Yeah, I would have preferred if they had written a letter to support their submission.
But they've been okay since August, I take it, at this point.
We have no subsequent complaints or cases about this location since August.
All right.
All right, I'll accept 5,000.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1852, Brian Joseph Doyle. It's a $1,500 conditional no contest offer.
Given that the license was issued at least since 1999, I will be willing to go down to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford,
1,000.
I was actually going to go below that.
Okay,
500.
500.
500.
we all good with 500?
Yes.
Okay. Next item, 1853, Snugs Bar LLC. This is a $2,000 conditional offer.
I'll accept 2,000.
Commissioner Ford,
2,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1854, the American Legion Herman Kent Post 777. Offer of $1,500.
Because this is American Legion, I'll be willing to go down to 1,000.
Same here.
1,000. Chairman Bradley.
1,000.
Next item, 1855, Druidis Group LLC. This is a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept. That means
Next item, 1856, Hideaway Restaurant LLC. It's a $2,000 conditional offer.
This location is in a very rural area, and they've been a family restaurant serving their community since 2012. I will be willing to reduce down to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford,
1,000 is okay with me too.
Chairman Bradley.
1,000.
And next item, 1857, East Rochester Village Inn, Inc. It's a $1,500 conditional offer.
Wow, they've been in business, what, 56 years? Count that right?
Yeah. Gary, do we have anything new on them?
I'm sorry, I was distracted for a moment.
1857.
I
Was
do
that
not,
herd of deer walking through your yard?
something like that. Your question is, do we have anything new on them?
Yep.
I have to check.
Adam, what is RL?
Restaurant liquor. It's just the prefix we use for that.
It means they're very old.
Many ages ago, that's how we classified on-premise liquor establishments that were restaurants.
Got it.
Gary, there's a new case opened up, but there's nothing, it is still in enforcement.
Correct. So we're investigating something, but we don't have any charges.
500, given they got 56 years.
500.
Commissioner Ford.
500.
Right there, next item, 1858, Saskin Inc. It's a $2,500 conditional offer.
I will go to 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
I go to 1,500 as well.
Chairman Bradley,
Okay, 1,500.
next item, 1859, Windy Hill Wine Court. This is a $2,000 conditional offer. Commissioner Fan,
I'm going to go to 1,500 here as well.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll do 1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
Next item, 1860, Vic Corporation. It's a $1,500 conditional offer.
This has been around since 1992. I'm going to go down to 750.
Commissioner Ford,
That's what I had too, 750.
Chairman Bradley.
750.
Next item, 1861, Lonzi Brothers of Amsterdam, Inc. It's a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
So,
Next item, 1862, MOX 636, Inc. It's a $4,000 conditional offer.
Even though this is the second case, I will be willing to go down to 2,000 from 4,000.
Commissioner Ford,
Same here. I had on here that I do less, 2,000.
Chairman Bradley.
2,000.
Next item, 1863, Sedali Corp. This is a $2,000 conditional offer.
I'm gonna go down to 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
1864, Fratel Inc. It's a $1,500 conditional offer.
1996, I will go down to 750.
Commissioner Ford,
I had 750 as well, 24 years, no violations. 750.
Chairman Bradley.
750.
Next item, 1865, McGurran's Pub LLC. It's a $2,000 conditional offer. This license was surrendered back in November.
I'm at, oh, wait. I should accept it, Gary. Yeah, okay, I will
Tom,
accept
what if
it.
what if they don't pay this 2,000? Are they canceled anyway?
If they don't pay it, and since the license is not active, based on the last advisory we did, it will be canceled on bond claim.
Okay.
Yeah, their CNC letter was dated just 2 weeks before they surrendered their license, so it's possible they want to pay it to not have the cancellation on their record.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford,
I was at 1,000. It's surrendered at this point anyway.
Chairman Bradley.
What did Commissioner Fan do?
She accepted 2,000. We have Commissioner Ford at 1,000.
All right, I'll go to 1,000.
I'll go to 1,000, Tom.
Next item, 1866, Pinkerton Wine Bar LLC, a $1,500 conditional offer.
Uh, 1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1867, 10 Warburton Corp. This is a $3,000 conditional offer.
I'm at 3,500.
Commissioner Ford,
Yeah, I'll do 3,500 as well.
Chairman Bradley.
3,500.
Next item, 1868, Bonnie's Place, The Caboose, Inc. It's a $1,500 conditional offer.
This is since 1983 and no adverses since 2008. I will be willing to go down to 500.
Commissioner Ford,
Same here, 500.
Chairman Bradley.
500.
Next item, 1869, RRDE Rest, Inc. It's a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
Next item, 1870, S. Scotty Enterprises, Inc. It's a $2,000 conditional offer.
2,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
2,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1871, the Brick Gastropub Corp. This is a $500 conditional offer.
I'm going to counter at 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
I was going to do it. I was going to go ahead.
I was just going to say masks only, face masks only violation, I think.
Yeah, I was going to do 1,000.
1,000.
Chairman Bradley.
1,000.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Counter at 1,000.
All right, so the counter offer is 1,000.
I'll go to 1,000, Tom.
Okay. Next item is 1872. That was withdrawn. It's Aloha NYC Inc.
Members, requesting this one be turned to licensing. This license was actually recently surrendered as of 11/25/2020, so there is nothing to consider.
That means throw it away.
Adam,
Yep,
which one are you on?
1872.
Same
Right,
one.
we have an email saying it was withdrawn, the application.
Okay, well, good enough.
Next item, 1873. Marthita's Kitchen Corporation. This is an application for a new on-premises liquor license.
So this is not a 500-foot law case. It's a restaurant with 5 employees and approximately between 2 and 3 security guard, or 2 or 3 security guards, principal to manage, and will also hire a manager. Premises will have a DJ, jukebox, karaoke recorded, and live music. The applicant's previous license was canceled due to adverse history in October of 2019, including focal point charges. That establishment had a very serious, in my opinion, adverse history. The place will need a bathroom waiver, and this establishment was licensed until August of 2019 with minor adverse history.
And for the record, the applicant in her submission claims that she thought she withdrew the license voluntarily, the license that was canceled. And while perhaps technically accurate that she submitted a CNC for cancellation and bond, and that is what was the final end to her prior license. That was to settle 2 pending cases with 19 charges that were coming on the heels of $42.5 thousand in fines that covered 8 or 9 other cases before the SLA, at least 50 or 60 charges covering, 13 to 15 dates of offenses. The notion that she thought she was withdrawing the license voluntarily seems to be at odds with that record.
I mean, she probably did do it voluntarily and to beat us to the punch, but that doesn't change the fact that it would have happened anyway.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan?
Yes, I'm going to deny for cause. It's clear that this applicant slash prior licensee completely misunderstands her obligation to follow the laws and what actually has happened at her establishment. I have no confidence that she will come in and actually follow the law now, since she can't seem to admit that there were some things that happened at her location before.
All right, Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, it's pretty, horrendous history. And looks like she's hoping to have the same type of MO before. DJ, jukebox, karaoke recorded, live. I don't see anything different happening than exactly what's happened before. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny for the same grounds. Can we take 5 minutes, please?
Sure thing. Just let me know when everybody's ready to get going.
We're good.
I'm good, Tom.
All right, then, the next item we have on the calendar, 1874, Bridge Approach Wine and Liquor LLC. It's a new package store license application.
One employee, the applicant will act as the manager. The applicant has no experience. There are 2 protests. It's 2,305 square feet. 2,035 of that square footage will be retail. The closest store is 0.8 miles away, and there are 4 within 2.4 miles. There are 4 stores in the town of Catskill, it appears.
And the closest store was just licensed last year.
Correct, but that store was a replacement
No, okay.
for a closed store.
Right, and the applicant here argued that they will be replacing a store, which I believe had already been replaced once or twice or 3 times over. And so I don't see public convenience. I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
Excuse me. I don't see public convenience and advantage, so I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I don't see any public convenience and advantage either. It's a driving community. There are 4 stores within 2.4 miles. And there's no indication that this store is going to provide any service or products that the other ones don't already provide.
All right, then, the next item, 1875, Sheeta Enterprises LLC. This is a application for a new on-premises liquor license.
So this establishment has been on a temp since August of this year. It's a bar tavern with 4 employees. One of the principals will manage. There will be 4 security guards, recorded karaoke music, and no dancing. The hours are, it will be a 4 a.m. close every night. That's what they're asking for. One principal owns a convenience store, and the other one appears to manage that principal's store. Otherwise, they have no experience in operating a on-premise licensee. The prior license here had bad adverse history, ended up in a summary suspension and a revocation plus a 2-year prescription. That prescription expired in April of 2002.
2020.
2020, my bad. There is a note in the application from licensing that indicates that the facility, although the menu has some significant items on it, and it is only going to be a bar or tavern, the facilities don't allow them to prepare many of the items on the menu because they don't have a kitchen. They simply have a food prep area, and many of the items would require cooking, such as hamburgers and things of that nature. The other thing that jumped out at me is the applicants appear to live together. The one principal lives with his wife along with the other applicant, and there's no explanation of what that relationship is.
It says they only plan to have a chef there from 8 p.m. to 4 p.m. So is that the hours that they're asking for?
They're asking for 8 to 4.
It's that chef's an expert in working the microwave.
Right. The tavern standard is less, so they don't need to have a chef there to serve the menu throughout the entirety, but they need to have food that meets our food standards there available during the hours of operation.
Yeah, I will agree with the chairman that I also noticed the residential addresses together, and I also, to chairman's earlier point, see that they're only investing $5,000. Perhaps they're only covering the cost of this application because they are open already. but
Oh, just back to that same point. They were represented on this,
yeah,
so they're more than likely the fee to the representative was probably more than, or at least the $5,000.
yeah, exactly.
So it's completely the investment is inaccurate.
Yeah. So we can hold and wait for more information, or I can vote to deny.
Yeah, I mean, I think through the normal course that if you don't have the information, you know, there's always the reconsideration they can make if they disagree with the determination made by the members.
Okay, I mean, given the history here, I'm just really not comfortable with this, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford,
Based on location history, I'm going to vote to deny as well for now because we just don't seem to understand everything.
Chairman Bradley.
Yeah, based on the history, prior history at the location, as well as the lack of experience from both principals in running an on-premises establishment, along with the fact that they want a 4 a.m. close, they want recorded karaoke music, it appears that this method of operation is going to be similar, if not identical, to the one that we shut in 2018. So I vote to deny.
All right, then, next item, 1876, Spin City Billiards, Inc. It's a request for reconsideration.
I just want to clarify that, Tom. This is actually a new application, I believe, not a request for reconsideration.
I apologize, the agenda sheet is wrong. It is a new application for an on-premises beer and wine license.
Thank you.
That's the only thing that I caught that myself. That's the only thing that was wrong, though. So it's the application is accurate as far as whatever. I'm not vouching for the information in it, but it is accurate. It's a tavern pool hall with 6 employees, 2 security guards, and a manager will be hired for when the principal is not there. It's recorded music only, 224 people, max occupancy. There will be 15 tables for people to sit at. That's not including the pool tables. CB number 2 opposes the application without the stipulations being made conditions. This application was previously denied because the applicant was on a temp and selling liquor at the location. Correct?
Wasn't on
Just to
temp.
clarify,
Wasn't
they
on
actually
temp.
were selling without a temp. Their temp had expired. They were caught selling subsequent to that, and then they came back and reapplied for an additional temp. So there was a lapse in their licensure under a temporary retail permit. During that time, they were caught selling, which was cause for the disapproval of the license.
And is that the same? That's the same applicant.
Same applicant as this one now.
So it was, how long was it expired? You know,
About 4 to 5 months, 4.5 months or so.
the temp was expired 4 to 5 months.
Yeah, so during the original disapproval, the timing looks like when the license was disapproved, they let their license lapse, and then when they requested reconsideration, and when that went through months later, they reapplied for the temp again.
Okay.
But they were caught serving in the interim without a active temporary permit.
The original temp is for like 90 days or 60 days, isn't it?
It wasn't I don't think it was an expired temp. The license was disapproved, I have on 11/22/19, because they didn't notify the community board. And they asked for reconsider, right?
Yep, reconsideration was granted based on the new notification. And
Right,
around
while
that
they
time
were-
is
Right.
while they're on a temp, and around that time the temp had expired.
Okay. So it's presently open right now, just without alcohol, I take it. Or how could, well, yeah, and no pool.
Yeah, what would people be doing there if they can't play pool? Because
No Lord, no.
Eat burgers?
No,
Hot dogs.
Are we ready to vote then?
yeah, given the history here and our time right now, I really have no confidence that this establishment will be following the law. And so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
If, on a temp that was expired for 45 months, it just makes me ask, were they trying to
Did he say 45?
force
Just to clarify, 425. It was actually
months?
just over 4 months. It expired October of 2019. The charges for selling without a license, the investigative date was 1/20/20. They reactivated and paid for another temporary retail permit February 11th. So it was inactive for about 3 months when they were caught selling. A month later, they reactivated their temp permit.
They reactivated after we caught them selling.
That's correct. A month after we had found that out.
Okay, so I was going to say maybe somebody wasn't watching things to see when it expired, but maybe that's not a benefit of the doubt I can give them. But nonetheless, we did approve another temp after they were caught.
Commissioner, just so you're aware, the reason for that is timing.
Yeah.
We may have not been able to consider the charges for selling without a permit while we granted one for an additional period.
Got it. May not have made it over to your house yet.
Correct.
We need to hold on just for a second. Commissioner Fan, did we lose you? Okay. All right, then, are we all ready to vote?
Yeah, Commissioner Fan already voted, right?
Right. It's up to you, Commissioner Ford.
I love it when it's like this. That's supposed to be Bradley's position. I'm going to vote to deny.
All right, then. Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I don't have any faith that this individual is going to comply with the strict obligations that are currently in place.
All right, then. Next item, 1877, Trattoria di Famiglia, Inc. This is a $1,500 conditional no contest offer. Commissioner Fan?
This is 2 kitchen staff with no mass. I would be willing to go down to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll do 1,000 as well.
Chairman Bradley?
1,000.
Next item, 1878, Deviled Foods LLC and SAJ Hospitality LLC. It's a $1,500 conditional offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford?
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley?
Accept.
Next item, 1879, Village House Wine and Spirits LLC. It's a new package store application.
Given that the closest store is 12 miles away, looks like there are 3 stores that are 12 miles away, and then the 4th one is 14 miles away. I see public convenience in putting in the store, so I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Quite frankly, I was stunned to find out that there wasn't a liquor store in Dannemora. And he is licensing a previously licensed location. So, and he will be the only store in Dannemora. So I vote to approve.
All right. Chairman Bradley?
I vote to approve for the same reasons as both commissioners. The distance is, as well as the fact that he's replacing another store.
All right, the next item, 1880 Waypoint Restaurant LLC. This is a $1,500 conditional no contest offer.
I'm sorry, what number are you on?
1880.
1880 is.
Is Waypoint Restaurant LLC. You may have you may have printed out the material and then it got changed. All right. So in your supplemental, that we advised that that the application that was there was withdrawn.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see it now. 1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
Next item, 1881, 25 Broadway Ballroom LLC. This is an application for a new catering establishment license.
This is a 500-foot law case. We actually approved this license previously, or conditionally approved this license previously, but they were unable to meet the conditions, so they had to reapply. It is a catering hall, 300 to 600 seats at 30 to 60 tables, depending on the event. 3 to 4 customer bars, a stage and kitchen, 200 employees with a manager. 1 security guard will be employed per 100 people at event. The applicant is a part of a group with extensive adverse history, as well as a suspension for EO violations. And they want a 4 a.m. closing with recorded DJ, live music, and dancing. I'll let Gary speak to their adverse history.
Yes. As you know, this is a experienced group of operators from a family that's experienced. They had a significant adverse history that dates back several years, and that is no longer something I believe the board is considering as blocking applications going forward, as they have been licensed since then. But they did have an executive order violation over the summer that caused their license to be suspended. They paid a $10,000 C&C. With respect to that, I have to say, well, I want to say 2 things. The first thing is, once they had been charged and their license had been suspended, the operators were a model of what the board would expect from someone who was charged in this way. They presented a plan of how they were going to comply with the law going forward that was comprehensive, and we haven't had a single complaint about them since then. So on that regard, I think that it is fair to assume that even though they had a significant charge against them, that the risk that they would be not following the law or that they were careless, at least at this point, may not be there. But, I see this in letters constantly. I understand lawyers' temptations when they're trying to explain away prior bad conduct to try to minimize what that conduct is. It's a natural instinct. It wasn't really that bad. And that flavor comes through in the letter. But it was bad. This was a location, one of the few high-end places that was operating the way it was operating at that time. We had complaints of it happening over multiple days, and then ultimately the place was suspended. So even though I do not think that the disciplinary matter, well, it's up to the board to decide, but it's not the type of disciplinary matter that we would think would be necessarily an impediment to another license. Please, representatives, you're doing yourself a disservice by minimizing conduct in letters. It's like fingernails against the blackboard. We look at these cases all the time. We know what happened there. The usual lawyering works against your ultimate goal. Taking responsibility for what happened, which this location did, is a far better way of putting it behind you than pretending it didn't happen, which suggests a lack of understanding of the seriousness of not following the law.
All right, so with that, Commissioner Fan, are you ready to vote? I'm sorry, you're still muted, Commissioner Fan.
Apologies. I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions: 4 a.m. across the board, recorded DJ live music, dancing permitted, no promoters, security guard as needed, manager.
Commissioner Ford? Commissioner Ford? You're muted too, Commissioner Ford.
Sorry about that. Excuse me. We got no community board response on a place this size. I mean, it looks like it's a historically beautiful place, but 300 to 600 people, 200 employees, no community board input at all.
This is way downtown, Commissioner, and I don't know that there's much residential activity near where this is, so I'm not that surprised by that.
Okay, all right. I'll vote to approve under the same
Sure.
circumstances.
I apologize, Commissioner Ford. We do have community board stipulations on the record. We did receive stipulations for them.
Yeah, it's in the supplemental.
Okay, all right. Then I approve as Commissioner Fan has
They're
noted.
all what she said, right?
4 a.m.
Yeah, they're all consistent with what Commissioner Fan put up.
And all, those are all consistent with what the applicant is proposing too, so. Chairman Bradley?
I will vote with the same stipulations that the other two commissioners voted on.
Next item is 1884, Snowy's Inc. This is a reconsideration of a disapproval of a transfer of package store.
Yes, members, as you may recall, this is a license that was canceled by the board, and then a transfer application came to the board, and the board rejected it on the grounds that no license existed at the time. The representative attorney has filed a reconsideration that states that it is the State Liquor Authority's practice to allow canceled licenses to be transferred. And he cites 3 examples of where we have transferred canceled licenses. A bunch of things to say about that, because at 2 of those 3 examples actually took place at the licensing board level and didn't come to the members. The third, a case called 1895 South Road, did come to the members at the May 27th, 2020 meeting, which I attended along with everybody else who's at this meeting. And the licensee's counsel is correct that that case did involve an approval of a transfer of a canceled license. I would note, however, that 2 of the members expressed concern, and the third may have. When the matter came up, Chairman Bradley, and I watched the video, wondered why it was that we could transfer a canceled license, and made that comment on the record, and then was told by a couple of people who have been here for a very long time, and I know this is the practice of the board, that is the way in which these matters have been handled in the past. If the application for a permit comes in within 30 days of the business being operational, then they'll do a transfer. After that explanation, Commissioner Fan said on the record, quote, "This defines gaming the system," end quote. But based on the advice, approved the application. Commissioner Ford followed suit. And then Chairman Bradley actually denied the license on that basis. So at the time, I was here for a few months and had not familiarized myself with the law on this, but based on the current situation, I have looked quite closely at it and at the letter from the representative. First, let me say that as a matter of fairness, there's no question that at the time this application was made, this hearing, this disciplinary matter was already in process. In fact, it was filed in the middle of the hearing that was taking place on it. So it's not as if the party who was applying for the transfer knew that didn't know that there was a disciplinary matter pending. That's number one. Number two, what does the law say about whether or not you can transfer a license that's been expired? The reconsideration letter says, and I'm quoting from it, transfer application is a term attributed to applications for the purchase of a business which is licensed at the time the buyer files its application or which has been licensed within 30 days of the filing of the buyer's application. End quote. That's what it says. There's no citation for that premise. It's apparently the representative who's experienced understanding of how the State Liquor Authority has addressed these issues in the past. But there is something in the law that says the exact opposite. ABCL section 3, subsection 30-A is the definition of the word transfer. And the definition of the word transfer is, and I'm quoting in part, it says it means the administrative process involved in issuing a license to a new applicant for an existing licensed business. Issuing a license to a new applicant for an existing licensed business. So the description of what the licensee's representative's understanding of the law is conflicts with this definition. Has to be a licensed business for there to be a transfer. There was no licensed business at the time the board considered this application for a transfer. So what is it that the licensee relies on? The licensee goes to the temporary permit statute. Temporary permit statute is section 97-A of the ABCL. And the temporary permit statute has two subsections. Neither of them can be read in a way that harmonizes the definition of transfer with their position, subsection C and subsection D. The representative representing the licensee relies on subsection D, which has this 30-day, which has this, has the word if any in it. So subsection D says that at the time the permit is issued, the current license, if any, in effect for said premises shall have been surrendered to, placed in safekeeping with, or otherwise deemed abandoned by the authority. The contention is that the use of the phrase if any suggests that there could be a transfer even if no license was in existence. But subsection D isn't just about transfer permits, it's about all permits. So if you're applying for a new license, it's clear that the subsection would prevent a new license being issued if another license was in place. But that's the proper reading of subsection D, to harmonize it with the definition of transfer. That the word if any applies to the aspect of a transfer that's a new, the temporary permit that's for a new license and not just a transfer license. So I actually, in my reading of the law, even though the State Liquor Authority has acted a certain way over time with respect to these types of things, don't even believe that the board has discretion to accept the transfer of a license that's been expired. That would violate the section that defines the term transfer. And that's my reading of the law. And certainly, if this constitutes, if the board is in agreement, it constitutes a departure from the way the State Liquor Authority has done this in the past. We will address that. We can address that with an advisory. But I don't think you can transfer a license that doesn't exist. The business can be transferred. There can be a contract for it. But if you want the license and it doesn't exist, you have to apply for it. Back over to the board.
So Gary, in the supplemental, the letter from the licensee stating no relationship to the previous, where is it? Where is it? That's really, it kind of has no bearing.
I'm sorry, literally a call just came in and I did not hear what the last few things you said.
Hang on just a second. I'm looking for something here just to make sure. Oh no, hang on a second. I'm sorry. The statement from the applicant and that that she has no association by way of friendship or family with Kathy Shen, the principal, yada yada, neither will be associated with my business. That's really like it's irrelevant and immaterial to your point.
Well, it's coming to you as a transfer,
Right,
and this is a liquor store.
right.
So you haven't done any analysis of this case on a public convenience and advantage standard. It's a completely different approach to deem this a transfer as for it to be a new application.
Yep.
The association between the new applicant and the prior applicant who was subject of discipline certainly might be relevant to a new application if there's a concern that the same owners are now operating through this new applicant. So it might ultimately be relevant. But with respect to the question posed on reconsideration, that the law requires the board to transfer a license because it was applied for at a time that the license was in force or within 30 days of the license of the business being licensed, it's not relevant to that question. Long way of saying you're right. It's not relevant.
Thank you.
Are we ready to vote then? Commissioner Fan? You're muted though, Commissioner Fan.
I'll vote to deny for consideration.
Commissioner Ford?
I didn't hear what you said, Commissioner Fan, so noise there.
I deny.
I vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I mean, it doesn't, you know, I obviously did it previously and I don't know how you transfer something that's a nullity. We canceled this license on an enforcement action, and when this applicant applied, those charges were already pending. We sent the NOP out in February 10th of 2020. They filed this license on February 24th of 2020. So they were aware that serious charges were pending at the time that they applied for this license. And if they had purchased it, I don't know why you would purchase a store with a pending disciplinary charge against them that could cancel a license. But I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And as counsel pointed out, it obviously isn't legal either. So I vote to deny.
All right, the next item is 1885, the Bronx Brewery LLC. This matter is held over from the last meeting to get some clarification about the expenses.
So this is a microbrewery. The principal operator is the manager, co-owner. I mean, we went through this already. So Commissioner Fan, did you get what you needed with the financial information?
No, I mean, I would say that I kind of got the opposite, because what they're showing us here is that just the first year rent is $276,000. They're showing us $100,000 to start this business, and it's raw space. There's no build out. There's no I assume they need to buy the brewing equipment. I assume that they need to buy plates and whatnot to, you know, and then they need to buy alcohol. So this is largely insufficient. I just wonder if Commissioner Roberts feel like there is room for another go with them and try to really get the full story here, because
I mean, I think that, again, this is one of those situations where I spoke to the representative of the applicant and told him to give us all information related to the financing and financials of the operation, which you have in your supplemental materials. Again, without taking on the responsibility of tracking down individually all the required documents, If you think that the information provided by the applicant and by the applicant's representative is insufficient, then there's always the opportunity for reconsideration if they would get a disapproval.
Okay, I'm gonna vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford,
Sorry. I'm gonna vote to deny as well. I'm still not comfortable with these financials, as Commissioner Fan is not.
Chairman Bradley.
Can you hold on 1 second?
You okay? While we're waiting, counsel, if you get a chance, can you contact your prosecutors to tell them to join the meeting, since we're getting close to the matters they have?
I told them 1:30, so they should be ready right now anyway, but yes.
Tom, I just need about 3 minutes to prepare for that last item.
We'll have to take a pause anyway, because we had the matter that we put aside for Commissioner Ford. So before we start the last item that you have and that item, we'll take a brief recess, if that's okay with you.
I've already taken a look at that item on the last break, Tom, so I'm ready to go.
Okay. Well, we'll still take a break before the last item, since you just got a little while ago.
Okay.
All right, I'm so just to be clear here, this is a brewery.
Chairman, hold on just for a second. I want to make sure we have Commissioner Ford back with us. All right. Okay.
And I just want to make sure that this is legally in line with what the community board thinks. The community board has opposed this license, although they really don't have a role in the approval of the license, although their opinion is always appreciated, because I think they believe it's an on-premises license, which it isn't. This is going to be a microbrewery license with a tasting room. However, these applicants are applying for an on-premises license, in which case the community board would have to, in fact, they have an application pending right now, I'm told. And at that point, they would have to go to the community board. And at that point, the community board once again could weigh in on it. I'm going to approve the brewery part of this. I understand Commissioner Fan's concerns, and I'm not going to say I don't have any, but the amount of money that they put up, I think, is enough in my mind to at least ensure that the people that are on the application of this brewery are the ones that are actually involved in it. So I'm going to vote to approve the brewery, but there will be no DJs, no use of promoters, background music only. And then they can certainly reapply for that music once they have the RW application. Can you make sure that comes in front of us as well, Adam? And the hours are, in my mind, Sunday to Thursday, 12 a.m., Friday and Saturday to 2 a.m.
Well, I don't know if the application would still come before you, because this has been denied.
Oh, Ford denied it as well?
Commissioner Ford voted to deny. Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear him deny. I thought he approved. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, then.
People were breaking up. I couldn't hear what they did.
All right, then, the next item. 1887, Bandu Mugali. This is a transfer of a grocery store license. It was held over from the last meeting to look into, get some information about the finances.
So this is
Which one is-
they're on a
What number?
This is 1887. It's Bandu Mugali. It was 1730 at the last meeting we had.
Got it.
Right.
Did we get any of this information? We've gone over this license as well. The previous license was canceled for availing. We had problems with the source of funds not being disclosed on the application. Doesn't mention the loan. We did get that information from licensing. Unless anybody else has any questions, I think we can vote on it.
No, I don't have any questions. I'm going to vote to approve the transfer.
Commissioner Ford,
I will now vote to approve the transfer as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll vote to approve as well.
The next item, 1888, NY Pizza Cafe and Spanish Food Restaurant Corp. This is a CNC of $30,000 with a 10 p.m. closing and recorded background music only. The license has been summarily suspended since November 29th.
It's been suspended twice already, right, this year?
That's correct. The last time it paid a $10,000 fine and agreed to 11 p.m. closing time and no music. So this is actually seeking an upgrade of their music situation.
Yes, not to mention the fact that well, you would hope they would have recognized they were on double secret probation at this point. What happened on November 28th was they had the gates closed gates in a closed position, people inside at a time when they shouldn't have been, a lookout standing out in front door locked from the inside, not serving food, a location that plainly knew that it was, plainly was trying to hide its illegal service from law enforcement and the SLA's task force. And now, after having been caught doing that, they say in their CNC letter, it won't happen again. This seems to be a place that may not be set up to comply with a dining experience in this environment, but rather than recognizing that and not serving, they chose to serve illegally after having once been suspended for doing the same thing.
I think
It appears most of the safety violations have been addressed in what they've sent. But still, one thing that has not been addressed for me personally is my confidence in them to follow the rules and obey the law. So I'm at cancel and bond.
Commissioner Fan,
Cancel and bond.
Chairman Bradley.
Yeah, I have no confidence that they can abide by the executive order obligations or any ABC law obligations. So I'm at cancel and bond as well.
I mean,
All right, the next
closing
item,
gates,
I'm sorry, what?
I was gonna say closing gates and locking people inside. I mean, that's it for me.
The next item, 1892, it's 78 Foster Inc. This is a $15,000 conditional offer. The license was summarily suspended on December 13th.
Yeah, this was before the board just about 10 days ago. They were in a yellow zone. 16 people dancing and drinking. The owner wasn't wearing a mask. The owner asks for leniency, even though she's offered a $15,000 fine, claims it was a one-time thing.
Walking on sunshine. You know, while I have sympathy for her, the photos depict a slightly different scenario than just a birthday party that momentarily kind of got out of hand, so to speak. So I disagree a little bit with her statement. I'm willing to give her a little benefit of the doubt. No adverse history since 2017, although that's not that long either. But I would agree to reduce it to 10,000.
Commissioner Fan,
10,000.
Chairman Bradley.
10,000.
Next items, 1893 and 94, Recrudos Mexicanos, Inc. This is a conditional offer of $20,000 and recorded background music only. I would just note that the approved method of operation doesn't allow for any music. And the license has been summarily suspended since November 24th.
Yeah, for the record, the licensee was warned before the first charges on October 24th about compliance with the executive orders, and then after that warning was found to have more than 25% occupancy, open after 12 o'clock, employees with no masks, open after 12 when their permitted hours of operation don't even go to 12, not to mention the curfews. And then after being issued summonses on that date, a month later had a string of additional charges, including Commissioner Ford's favorite, roll down gates closed, fully operating, which was the curfew at that time, 26 people inside, employees still wearing no masks. They have a dance floor and a pool table that were not part of their operation in addition to the music. So it's a twice warned multiple offender hiding their operation inside.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to accept 20,000 with background music only.
All right, so just to be clear, Commissioner Fan, you're going to give them something that they didn't have beforehand, the music.
Oh, sorry. I would counter it at 20,000 only.
And no music then. All right, Commissioner Ford?
So the letter from the rep says that the LP will not break the law or lock people inside again. Thank you very much. Their history is not as egregious as the safety violation. So instead of canceling them, I am going to call for a higher penalty, like 30,000, and no music.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm not keeping this place open. I'm a canceling bond. I don't know what that means.
Well, what it means is that the conditional offer has been rejected and it's going to go back to counsel's office.
Okay.
All right, then. The next item, 1895, Jamila Enterprises, LLC. This is a no contest plea. This establishment's been summarily suspended since September 19th.
All right, so this is 1895, Tom?
Yes.
So this is a licensee that was found to have 60 to 70 people inside, 2 rows of people deep at the bar, not socially mingling. It took our investigator 15 minutes to actually get his drink order taken. He was not asked to purchase food. 6 to 8 people dancing inside. Licensee had been previously warned. There were also 10 to 15 people out front mingling. There is a letter from the licensee in support of this. It's actually a no contest. So it's up to the board to set discipline. The letter claims that the reason for all of this was that a bartender had quit right before this shift. I'm not sure how that explains all of this conduct, but that's what the letter says. There are letters in support of the licensee who's apparently involved in the community, but the letter does not describe. Well, I don't want to characterize the letter any more than I have. You've seen it. So with that record, it's up to the board to set the penalty for these charges.
All right, with that, Commissioner Fan.
I'll set the penalty at 10,000.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll accept 10,000.
Impose 10,000?
Impose 10,000, yes.
Chairman Bradley.
I was at 15, but I'll go to 10.
All right. The next item I have is a request for summary suspension. If the members have reviewed the materials, it's 1896. It's BJR Restaurant, Inc.
I thought Commissioner Fan needed a few minutes. She
I
said.
believe she needs time for the last one. There
I
are
actually
three.
need time for 1898 as well. So if you want to pause here, we can.
So let's just take a brief recess. You can review the materials. Why don't we just plan for at least 5 minutes for a break? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Tom, I'm good to go. I don't know if you're there. Just to let you know, I'm good.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
I believe we've got everybody. If everybody's ready to resume. The next item on the calendar is 1896. It's Queens OP 1172437 BJR Restaurant Inc. This is a request for a emergency summary order of suspension.
Good afternoon, Tammy O'Hara for the council's office. This is an application for an emergency summary suspension of the liquor license for the establishment. This incident occurred on December 20th, 2020. There was a inspection by SLA investigators at approximately 8:44 p.m. The investigators observed 7 to 8 patrons seated inside the establishment. From the photographs that were presented along with the report, you can see that there were 2 tables that were next to each other. There's no indication of how close they were, but they do look pretty close. And they were eating and consuming alcoholic beverages and also watching the football game that was occurring that day. As the full board knows, dining, inside dining for New York City restaurants and other establishments was prohibited from the governor's executive order 202.81 that went into effect on December 14th, 2020. In addition to those observations, investigators also observed a member of the kitchen staff without improperly wearing a facial coverings. The mask was worn, if you want to say that, was pulled down, was at the chin of the kitchen worker, below the nose and mouth, and neither were covered. Although this establishment is not in any of the cluster hotspot zones, the prior history of the establishment clearly shows that there's a failure from the licensee to abide by SLA rules and regulations. In addition to this, this current matter, the licensee in the past 5 years has racked up approximately, I believe it's $12,000 in civil penalties coming from 2 separate sale to minor incidents. One of them occurring as an undercover operation, the second one as a New Year's Eve / New Year's Day operation. Both instances, individuals under the age of 21 were able to easily purchase and consume alcoholic beverages inside the establishment. Over the course, this licensee has been in business since 2006. Its license is expected to expire in 2022. However, based on the current matter, the establishment's prior violation history, it is safe to say that there's a failure to take into account the public health, safety, and welfare of patrons, of New York City residents, and we are requesting that the license be summarily suspended.
Any questions, Commissioner Fan?
No, I have no questions. Thank you, Tammy.
Commissioner Ford, any questions?
Yes, Tammy, were they just the investigators just in the neighborhood, just walking by door to door?
I don't have any indication that there were targeting that particular location. I'm sorry, I take that back. No, there were complaints regarding the establishment. So this was this was an establishment that was on their, I guess, I wouldn't say hit list, but for lack of a better word, hit list.
Got it. So it's not like they just were walking by and happened to notice people. That's what,
No, that's not correct.
thank you.
Chairman Bradley, any questions?
Yeah, Tammy, this was part of the task force, though, correct?
Yes, it was.
And the task force goes out and does patrols in the areas that they are assigned, in the areas that that particular team is assigned to, right?
Yes, that is correct. And also they also respond to any complaints that are coming in from their respective areas.
Okay. And we did have complaints about this location.
Yes.
Okay.
This
That's
location
it.
has been, they've been on, have had eyes on them.
All right, if there's no other questions, ready to vote, Commissioner Fan,
Yes, based on the evidence provided by Council O'Hara, it's clear that this licensee is serving inside when it's very explicit that indoor service is not allowed right now. Tables too close together, people all sitting in the crowd creates an imminent threat to public health, safety, and welfare, and I therefore vote to summarily suspend this license.
Commissioner Ford,
Based on evidence presented by council and the fact that they're sitting inside in violation of the orders right now, I have no choice but to vote to summarily suspend.
Chairman Bradley.
Based on council's presentation, I vote to summarily suspend. It's clear this licensee is a risk to the public health, safety, and welfare.
The next item I have is 1897, Queens RW 1313266. The licensee is Cancun and Cancun Corp. This is also a request for a summary order of suspension.
Good afternoon, board members. Council's office submits the subject licensee, Cancun and Cancun, DBA Delicias Mexicanas, to the members of the authority to consider an emergency order of summary suspension. The licensee is located at 10214 Roosevelt Ave, Corona, New York. The license was issued on November 25, 2014. It's an RW license. They are not permitted to have outdoor dining per their original establishment questionnaire. On December 18, investigator Stravali and the COVID task force was patrolling a yellow zone, came upon the licensed premises. Initially, investigators his observations at 4:40. At that time, he observed at least two patrons dining in what was a fully enclosed area on the sidewalk. Would be considered indoor dining at this time after the governor's most recent executive order 2.81. At that time, he and the COVID task force decided to set up a patrol essentially across the street, continued to stay there to watch the premises. At approximately 5:25, again, they saw at least two different individuals dining in that same indoor indoor structure. Then at approximately 8:35, investigator Stravali and the task force entered the licensed establishment, the actual building. They observed at least 5 different persons at 3 different tables inside the licensed premises. The employee in charge, Michelle, claimed that they were all employees. However, after investigator Stravali questioned one of them about his employment status, he confirmed he was actually not an employee. Additionally, this employee in charge, Daisy Michelle, was not wearing a mask during the inspection. When asked for employee employment records for all of the people there and any other employees, she was unable to present any of those records. Additionally, she was not able to present for inspection their DOT permit for their outdoor dining space. There were a number of fire life and safety observations made, including a fire extinguisher obstructed by a Christmas tree, an extension cord used as permanent wiring to provide electricity outdoor to their fully enclosed space on the sidewalk, and 2 obstructed means of egress. One was by a very large speaker right at the front door that was blasting music out onto the sidewalk, and the other, that second door actually opened right into their enclosed area, so you would not have been able to exit that way. Additionally, as you can see by all of these violations, the executive order violations, the violations, local rules and regulations violations, there's clearly a failure to supervise at this level. A few notes. Sorry, Gary, did you want to say something? Oh, it looked like you want. Sorry. Okay, a few notes about the adverse history for this license. They were previously suspended on July 27. They had the suspension lifted at the full board meeting on October 28. The executive order suspension involved a 202.43 violation for service outdoors after 11 p.m. and a 202.16 violation for an employee mask and outdoor service after 11 p.m. Again, the first was on July 4 and the second was July 24. And then on July 25th, 202.3 for indoor consumption. After an ALJ at a hearing sustained 11 of the 12 charges sent out in that notice of pleading for that case, the licensee paid a $25,000 civil penalty. Prior to that case, the licensee has 2 closed cases, one from 2019 and one from 2020. $2,000 for health regulation violations and $5,000 for after-hours sales. They also have 5 other pending cases from 2019. And the charges include unlicensed security, prohibited hours, sale and consumption, sustained pattern of noise disorder, focal point for police attention, and numerous other fire life and safety regulation violations. At this point, the licensee cannot claim to be unaware of the executive orders, the SLA, and the DOH guidance. They've been in place for months. Furthermore, the licensee has been through this entire process before and is well acquainted with the executive order. They went through the hearing and they paid $25,000 penalty for violations that had occurred. The executive orders were designed and implemented to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The licensee clearly cannot be trusted to follow these important laws designed to protect the public, since they've already violated them and were suspended for the egregiousness of the case. Additionally, the licensee sent in a letter with the prior case. I wanted to just mention 2 parts of the letter quickly. One is safety is now the mantra at the establishment. That is something the licensee specifically said in their letter to us. And I think that this clearly demonstrates that that's not the case, that they have gone right back to their old behavior. Additionally, in the letter, it stated that employees would face termination and patrons would be refused for service for not wearing their masks. As an employee was again observed not wearing a mask, I think that demonstrates further failure to supervise. Clearly, that was something that was said without any weight behind it. At this time, there is no more imminent risk to the public health, safety, and welfare than to permit individuals to dine indoors, whether inside this actual building or inside the enclosed structure they had on the sidewalk, and to permit patrons and employees to disregard mask and social distancing requirements. Therefore, Council's office respectfully requests the mayor and members summarily suspend this license.
Any questions, Commissioner Fan?
Yes, I have lots of questions. Alex, so in the report, there is a reference to the summary suspension, and maybe this is just a mistake. It says that the summary suspensions was ordered on July 27, and then it says 25,000 fine ordered on October 25 after hearing, but not paid due to COVID. That's not accurate, right? Like they paid the 25 and that's how they got their license back, right?
Right. I'm
I'm
showing,
asking because I just want to know if there's actually an active license right now.
no, there is. A check for 25,000 was received.
Okay, so the report is wrong. Okay,
Word is
all right,
there.
great. And so the depiction of the people, the pictures are of the actual inside of the restaurant, right? Those are the pictures that are the later set of the latter set of the picture. The first set of pictures are in the wooden structure.
Yes, the first portion of the pictures are people dining inside that wooden structure. And then the second selection are the people actually dining inside the building. Correct.
Okay.
I just wanted to make a note, actually, sorry, during the presentation, I made an error. I said the license was issued 11/25/2014. The license was actually issued March 27, 2019. So the license has had this license for essentially 2 years now and has already had a lot of trouble with the SLA.
Yeah, sounds like it. I remember the name. Second suspension. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Ford, do you have any questions?
No, I have no questions.
Chairman Bradley, do you have any questions?
I do not.
All right, with that, I'll call for the vote of the members. First, Commissioner Fan.
Oh, it's unfortunate that this licensee continues to violate the governor's executive orders and not put safety as their primary concern. This location is an imminent threat to public health, safety, and welfare, and I vote to summarily suspend this license.
Commissioner Ford.
Based on evidence presented by counsel, I find no other choice but to vote to summarily suspend this license as well.
And Chairman Bradley.
It's unfortunate that our investigators are forced to re-inspect a place that we've already closed once for similar violations, and arguably these violations are even more egregious than the first set of violations in which they went to hearing and lost. Based on council's presentations, it's clear they have no intention of following any of the executive orders and will feel free to operate any way they see fit. So they are clearly a risk to the public health, safety, and welfare and need to be summarily suspended again.
All right, the next item I have is 1898, which is Cafe Tacuba of Yonkers, Inc. This is a matter that went to hearing regarding a licensee that was summarily suspended.
Yes, members, I'm going to ask that this matter be adjourned. We didn't find out that it was going to be on the calendar until late yesterday afternoon and haven't had an opportunity to be ready to discuss it at the meeting. We recognize that it is a summary suspension matter and the license is suspended. While for housekeeping purposes, we request that it be adjourned to January 6th, which is the next meeting. We will certainly endeavor to deal with this as quickly as we can and perhaps have it before the board far sooner than that, depending on how we decide to proceed.
Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Chairman Bradley, you're all good with that?
Yes.
Yes, please, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, the next item I have, actually, that was the last item on the calendar. We're going to go back. Oh, I take that back. I'm sorry, I skipped over. Next item is 1899. This is another request for a summary suspension order. This is Queens OP 1292605, El Diamante Boulevard Bar Corp.
Good afternoon, Stephen Armstrong on behalf of Counsel's Office in support of the summary suspension of this licensee, which is located at 4218 Junction Boulevard in Corona, Queens. This is an OP license. The method of operation is as a bar with recorded music only. The premises does not have a kitchen, but is required to have a food preparation area and to have food available for sale anytime they're open. License was first issued in March of 2016. The conduct at issue here, on December 18th, approximately 5:45 p.m., SLA investigator Stravani conducted an undisclosed visit to the premises after hearing loud music coming from the location while he was on patrol in the yellow zone in which the premises is located. Upon entering, investigator Stravani observed a total of 5 patrons inside, with 2 of those standing at the bar and 3 seated at tables. All of these patrons were observed with beverages but with no food. As far as investigator Stravani could determine, there was no food being served or prepared at the location. There was no menu available. The investigator observed a refrigerator, but there was no cooking equipment or food preparation area visible. There was also a live DJ playing loud music, which was clearly audible from the sidewalk outside. At least 2 staff members were not wearing proper facial coverings. And after making these observations, investigator Stravani disclosed who he was and issued a verbal warning to the staff about the violations he observed. And the following day, December 19th, approximately 5:42 p.m., investigator Stravani returned to the premises to deliver a formal warning letter and to see if the issues he observed the previous day had been corrected. Upon entering, he observed essentially the same situation as on the previous day. Again, loud music being played and no food service. There was 1 patron observed inside the location standing at the bar. Investigators then spoke to a staff member. The staff member admitted that they did not have food available for sale. He stated that if patrons wanted food, they could buy it from one of the neighboring premises. Indoor dining has been unlawful in New York City since Executive Order 202.81 went into place on December 14th. Was put in place due to the recent surge in COVID-19 cases in this region. The licensee was also operating in violation of Executive Order 202.52 by not having food available for sale. This conduct would have been a clear violation of the terms of their licensing before the pandemic. And the way this licensee is operating, loud music, which appears designed to bring patrons inside, while also not having any food available for sale, they seem to be open for indoor drinking only, which is contrary to really all of the current rules and regulations in place in New York City. And that disregard of the executive orders and associated guidance poses a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. And based on this record, I ask the members vote to summarily suspend this license pursuant to Section 413 of the State Administrative Procedure Act. Thank you.
All right, with that, any questions, Commissioner Fan?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
I have no questions.
Chairman Bradley?
I have no questions.
I'll call for the vote of members first. Commissioner Fan?
Based on evidence presented by Mr. Armstrong and photos submitted by the investigator, it's clear that this location is an imminent threat to public health, safety, and welfare by allowing indoor service. And I will vote to summarily suspend this license.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to summarily suspend as well based on evidence presented by counsel.
Chairman Bradley?
Based on council's presentation, I vote to summarily suspend. It's clear this licensee is a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare.
That is the last item on the calendar. However, we did hold over or put aside items 1845, 1882, and 1883. It's 675 Hudson Vault LLC. This was an $8,000 conditional no contest offer. Commissioner Ford, you ready to move forward with this?
Yes.
Okay, then. Are we all ready to vote?
Commissioner Fan already did, I believe.
Right. I just want to go back to her again in case there's been a change since we're starting this fresh. Commissioner Fan?
You're muted.
You're muted, Commissioner Fan. Sorry. Okay.
Tell me what number we're on again. 1840.
This is 1845 and 1882 and 83. You have first call this.
Oh, I have 8,000. Yes, 8,000.
Right. So, okay. Commissioner Ford.
8,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
All right. Chairman, I have nothing else on today's calendar. Do you have anything else?
Nothing else. Thank you all.
All right, with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, everybody. See you.
Happy
You too.
holidays.